Okay, guys, I'm back and hopefully I fixed all the issues. I'm just going to wait for you guys to come in and let me know if you can hear me clearly. My goodness. So I'm just going to wait a little bit for people. Online research. Hi. You're first again for the second time. Can you guys hear me? Yes, I'm clear. Okay, okay. That's nice. Okay. I'm going to wait a little bit longer for more people to turn in or tune in, and then we're going to start immediately. Okay. Ooh, okay. I think we can start now. We have 32 people here. Rix Ogosha, thank you for joining. E23, thank you for joining. This is the second time we're trying this. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works perfectly, right? So as I was saying earlier, we're going to be looking at this story that got sent to me on TikTok. It's about this lady who made this very interesting, for lack of a better word, we're going to be using interesting video on her farm. And it's going viral right now, and a lot of people are talking about it on TikTok. Right, she made this video picking cotton, and it's not just about the fact that she was picking cotton in the video. It's also the fact that she said some very questionable things that were supposed to be jokes while she was picking cotton. And now it has everybody talking. So, without wasting any more time, because we've spent so much time trying to figure this out, and I want to thank you guys for sticking around and coming back again, clicking on the live so we can have this conversation. I appreciate you all. So, I'm not going to be wasting any more time. I'm just going to let the video roll now so we get into this conversation. By the way, we're going to have this live as quickly as possible, and also there's going to be a time for people who want to share their thoughts to come up. So now let's get into it.
And I'm a farmer. Hi, my name is Hannah Lee, and I'm a farmer. Come pick some cotton with me. Now, I know what you're thinking. What on earth is she picking cotton for? If you wanted me to be quirky, I'd say it's in my DNA. But the truth of the matter is, it's in my household. And as
So that's one thing she said that really has people going, right? She said picking cotton is in her DNA. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that was what she said. That picking cotton is in her DNA. Let's continue.
someone who loves a cotton stuffed mattress and a cotton stuffed pillow, and I'm getting low on both, I had to go harvest some cotton. But look at how gorgeous it is out here. You cannot tell me I wasn't born to pick cotton.
That's crazy, in my humble opinion. Her saying that she was born to pick cotton is crazy. But let's continue.
Anyway, all jokes aside, I have actually come to love the cotton picking process. I love my little bulbs and I cannot wait for them to produce more cotton. Look how cute they are. Now, the fire ants were getting on to me, so I had to go. But there's something to the process of getting home and de-seeding them and stripping the cotton down. That's just so calming. I have my 3 buckets, one for soapy water, one for the seeds, and one for my freshly picked cotton. And this process is so relaxing, I'm serious. My husband is so cute. He came and bought me coffee. We use freshly ground coffee beans for the farm, and let me tell you, it's the best coffee you will ever taste in your life. I love being a farmer. I think there's just something so incredible about getting back with nature. And speaking of nature, breastfeeding my child is going well. So props to all you moms who have breastfed. I'm at a year now, and I'm so excited because I'm about to be able to get pregnant again, and I'm ready for another little baby boy, Lord willing. I'm gonna try to get to bed at a decent time because it is Saturday and I have to go worship the Lord tomorrow. But thanks for coming along with me and enjoy your weekend.
So yeah, um that's the video that got sent to me. And I did go through her page to, check out what else was going on there. And we're going to get to the, some of the videos on her page as well. But this is the video right now that has people talking. Now, to prefix this life, I'm going to say while everyone is entitled to their opinion, entitled to the kind of videos they want to make, the kind of content they want to make, I'm entitled to mine as well. And I'm going to say this is insane. Because please, discernment, where is it? Right? I personally cannot find it. Ruby, hi, sis, longest time. I've been fine. I had to go away for a while because first of all, it was sorry guys. I know I'm taking a break. I just want to respond because people keep asking in the chat where have I've been. So I addressed this first of all when I did the first live, when I tried the first live ball. So now I'm going to say it again. So I went on this little break. Once in a while, it's needed to just take a break from social media. So I went on that. The plan was to stay for like a week, a little bit over a week thereabouts. But then there was an accident in my house. There was a fire accident. Luckily, nobody got hurt. I didn't get hurt. But yeah, it was a bit serious. There were damages. I lost some things. So I had to figure that out. And not long after, I came down with malaria. So I also had to figure that out. So it was crazy. It's been a crazy couple of 2 weeks for me. So I had to be away and sort all of that out and get myself back together. It was a very painful period. It's still a very painful period because I'm kind of like in debt. There's some damage to my landlord's property because this apartment is rented. Even though the fire wasn't exactly my fault, you know how it goes. You still have to pay for damages and all this off on scene expenses. It just been like back to back to back to back to back bad news for this couple of weeks, and hence why I was away basically. But now that things are starting to like clear up, I'm like, oh, now I can, come back and start making content again. So I think I'm just using this opportunity to say thank you to everybody who reached out during this period to check up on me. I appreciate you guys. And for those worrying, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm alive. I'm healthy. Um, and wow, taking it one day at a time. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Now back to the live, right? What we're talking about. Yeah, so what was I even saying? Where was I? I've lost my train of thoughts. Yeah, I was talking about discernment. While everybody have like the right to do whatever they want to do online, we all have rights to our opinion. I still same way, like I said, I have right to my opinion as well. And I think that video is crazy. It's crazy to me that at her big age, I don't know how old the lady is, but like she should know better. There's a couple of things that stood out to me in the video. For one, she was humming while picking cotton. I don't know, that just did not really sit well with my spirit. Not that if she was not humming it would have made the video any better, but like doing it and humming at the same time, I don't know. The combination was crazy. And secondly, she made those two comments. One, where she said that she was born to pick cotton, and two, it's in her DNA. Why the hell would she say something like that? And it's those comments that I think that really got people. I mean, the entire situation got people really rattled up. because, like, why would you say something like that? I think as a people, I don't think everybody needs to be told this, but people like her needs to be told this, that there are just some things that you should not. It's not like these things are bad to do, but given historical context and given how much of a rate to deceased world we live in and the stereotypes that are out there, while yes, doing these things are like innocent things to do and they are not supposed to be a big deal when you do. I'm not talking about the comments she made now, talking about, like, picking cotton is in her DNA. I'm not referencing those silly comments she made. I'm talking about like the art of picking cotton. It's not supposed to be something bad to do. I'm going to say it. For one, I will pick cotton. I've never picked cotton in my life, but if I ever find myself in a cotton farm, and it's something that, oh, maybe I go visit a family member, or somewhere for an event, or whatever reason I have to pick a cotton in my life, I don't know, I would make sure that video of me never make its way to the internet, because I know the kind of world we live in, and I know how the kind of people that are in this world and how they're going to take those kind of videos and keep them, and maybe, I don't know, use them to get off, right? So it's not something that I would like to do, because I understand the kind of world that we live in, and using that discernment, or using my discernment rather, I would know that, oh, we are not as progressive as a world as we should be, unfortunately. So I'm not going to feed into that. Yes, I know picking cotton is innocent, but I also am aware, and I know it's not supposed to be a big deal, but I'm also aware of the kind of world we live in and how things get spun. So I am not going to, as a Black person, feed into that. I don't know if that makes any sense. Now, her comments regarding, picking cotton being in her DNA, and how, what was the other one she said? The other one, like, that's crazy. Like, why would you even say something like that as a joke? Understanding, knowing the history of your ancestors, I don't think they are looking down on you, giggling as you made that comment. It's just crazy that, like, why would you think to make that kind of joke? African ancestors, your ancestors, our ancestors that had to do any of that, they did not think it was funny. So for you to sit in 2024 and now think, oh, it's something you can kiki about and be giggling and humming while doing, like, that's crazy. That's very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful. And yes, this person is married to a white man. There is that dynamic as well. So when you factor in when you factor that in, it just gets 10 times worse. It just gets a billion times worse. Cancel the 10 times. It gets a billion times worse when you factor in the fact that this person is in an interracial relationship with a palm colored man. And this is not me saying that being in an interracial relationship with a palm colored man is bad. I personally don't care. And I'm not saying it's good either. I personally really don't care. It's not for me. You people, it's 2024. People are free to do what they want to do. Right. I don't care whoever anybody choose to lay with or get married to. It's not for me and I don't care. You're free to do what you want to do. But, like, the dynamic I'm saying is just crazy. And also, now that I'm on this topic of who the person she's married to, I also want to, like, add that it also goes to it really shows us maybe the kind of person that she's married to. And the reason why I'm saying this, I genuinely think that the person that she's married to probably maybe don't really care about her like that, and how this kind of content is going to rub off on her as a Black woman. I don't know. I feel like I'm struggling my words here, but I feel like when you're in a relationship with someone and they genuinely love you and care about you, they would care about the kind of things you put out. I don't know. I feel like this content not only shows the kind of person that she is, but it also shows the kind of man the kind of person that her partner is like. If he respects her as a black person, as a black woman, I don't think, and if he genuinely loves her, I don't think that he would be down with her um putting this kind of content out there. Like, and this is not me saying that, oh, your partner should be telling you what you can and cannot do. But you know, when you're in a relationship with someone, we don't always know better. If your partner loves you, they might know better, or they should, I don't know. And they might see a situation like this and say, oh, babe, honey, sugar, whatever you people's pet name is, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think this is going to come up. I don't think this is the image you should be putting out there. I don't think you should be doing this for this and this and this reason. Now, it's giving off this picture of she doesn't know better. She thinks it's funny. Probably the husband himself too doesn't know better. I don't know. Maybe he thinks it's funny. I don't know what he thinks this is, but I just feel like if you are married to someone, you should be able to protect them in the sense that they would not be giving off this kind of like doing something like this on the internet, which, seeing how he probably did not do that, who knows. I'm guessing, my big guess here would be he did not do that. He did not think what she did was not a good idea. Maybe because he thinks it's funny as well, or there is the chance that he probably gets off, allegedly, from watching her do humiliate. That's the word, humiliate herself like this, demean herself like this, just take herself and put herself on the floor and just start stomping on herself like this. He probably enjoys it. He probably enjoys this imagery, hence why it's probably encouraged, hence why maybe she even does it. Maybe it's a kink of theirs, who knows. People be getting into very interesting relationships these days and be doing very interesting or questionable, depending on who's saying these things in their relationship. You be end of some very some crazy kinks and fair she's breaking the word down like that because YouTube, right? In some of these relationships, I've heard people are in relationships where they do like slave kings and or slavery kings. The other time there was this guy that they had their wedding photo shoot or pre-wedding photo shoot or something, or had a wedding. I forgot what the story was about, really, on a plantation. And he was dressed like a slave. She was dressed like how she was dressed, like master wife or something, or the slave owner. I don't know. So some people are really into these things, and who knows what they are doing, and who knows what this lady and her husband is doing. My point is, I don't think anybody that really genuinely cares about you, regardless of their race, would be down with you putting yourself, showing yourself, navigating this world in a manner that is not in a very positive light. I don't think there's anyone, if we are all going to be honest with ourselves, regardless of race, again, I'm going to say it, I don't think there is anyone who really, really, really that can say that they don't think that this is problematic. Yes, of course, there are going to be people who are going to view this content and apologize for it, right? Because there's always going to be people apologizing. I'm not saying like saying sorry, but like apologies for crazy situations, crazy things, crazy rhetorics, crazy agendas. They always have apologies. There are always people out there saying, I don't see why this is a problem. And they're cool with these things that, the majority are like side eyeing, giving bombastic side eyes to. So, of course, there are always going to be people like that. But at the end of the day, if we're all going to be honest with ourselves, regardless of our race, and I'm saying this because I know, of course, there are going to be non-Black people that are going to come by this content. If we're all going to be honest with ourselves, we all know that this is problematic. We all know that we have not gotten to that point in this world where we can make content like this and it's going to be received by everybody in an innocent manner. We all know that it's not everybody that's going to come by this content and just go, oh, this cute, and then scroll up by. There are people who are going to save this video and use it for nefarious reasons and use it to, bask in the glory of the old days, relive those old days, wish this is what they can go back to. And I feel like she personally was playing into that. Maybe, who knows, maybe it's those kind of audience she's looking for. um and again, we're going to get into more clips on her page, because I not to stalk her, but I try to, sometimes when I come by videos like this, I go on their pages to try and understand, um to an extent, as much as I can, from what they've posted online, what they are like, right? And there are clips on there. Disclaimer: she's a fan of Donald Trump, so I believe that's just that. And this particular video tells us, to an extent, maybe all we need to know. But before we move on to more videos from her page, I want to quickly um, play that clip back for. Oh, I've been on one side of the screen. I didn't even know. I want to quickly. Yes, she's a Trumper. It gets worse and worse, Ruby. She's a Trumper. Yes. And she's not a big fan of oh my goodness, what's that? Anyways, let me quickly play the clip back for those people that are just joining us that did not get the chance to watch the clip I'm talking about, so you guys can see, because I've seen more people join the live. So,
Hi, my name is Hannah Lee, and I'm a farmer. Come pick some cotton with me. Now, I know what you're thinking. What on earth is she picking cotton for? If you wanted me to be quirky, I'd say it's in my DNA. But the truth of the matter is, it's in my household. And as someone who loves a cotton stuffed mattress and a cotton stuffed pillow, and I'm getting low on both, I had to go harvest some cotton. But look at how gorgeous it is out here. You cannot tell me I wasn't born to pick cotton. Anyway, all jokes aside, I have actually come to love the cotton picking process. I love my little bulbs, and I cannot wait for them to produce more cotton. Look how cute.
and then she said, all jokes aside, it's not a joke if nobody is laughing. It's not a joke if nobody is laughing.
They are. Now, the fire ants were getting on to me, so I had to go. But there's something to the process of getting home and de-seeding them and stripping the cotton down. That's just so calming. I have my 3 buckets, one for soapy water, one for the seeds, and one for my freshly picked cotton. And this process is so relaxing. I'm serious. My husband is so cute. He came and bought me coffee. We use freshly ground coffee beans for the farm, and let me tell you, it's the best coffee you will ever taste in your.
And this is what I'm saying. The husband is present. He can see her filming this content, right? He's aware of what she's doing. There's no way someone can say, "Oh, he doesn't know." What if he doesn't really watch the content? See, man is on screen there. He knows there's a camera rolling somewhere. He definitely can see the camera. She's picking cotton. She's a black woman married to a white woman picking cotton. He should know if she doesn't know. I mean, hell, they should both know. But what I'm saying here is, which is not me, again, to be clear, trying to take the accountability from the lady in question, but just saying, maybe she's just that, what's the word? Innocent, not aware of how the world works, not aware of what world exactly we live in. And let's just say she doesn't know. Devil's advocate. So let's play it a little bit. Not that, not taking trying to take any accountability from her, right? But like, I'm just saying, play devil's advocate a little bit. She doesn't know. Man too doesn't know. Man too doesn't know that, oh, if this goes up, there is something wrong with this picture. something wrong with this scene. This is why I believe that it's a thing they are doing. This is a thing in the relationship. I don't know. Allegedly. I'm speculating here. And I think she also did this for views. And we're going to get into that because I think she did this for views. And it's maybe to rage bait. And then later you see how she was feigning ignorance, cannot understand why people were are upset or have a problem with the video. But let's continue.
Your life. I love being a farmer. I think there's just something so incredible about getting back with nature. And speaking of nature, breastfeeding my child is going well. So props to all you moms who have breastfed. I'm at a year now and I'm so excited because I'm about to be able to get pregnant again and I'm ready for another little baby boy, Lord willing. I'm going to try to get to bed at a decent time because it is Saturday and I have to go worship the Lord tomorrow. But thanks for coming along with me and enjoy your weekend.
So that's the video. Now I'm going to be sharing a response video she made to a comment because of course people were in the comments. This video got viral. It garnered 1.7 million views. But yeah, people had things to say in the comments.
Yesterday picking cotton. So I posted a video of me yesterday picking cotton and everybody's upset. Some people are saying it's because of the dark humor. Other people are saying it's because of the fact that I'm picking cotton. But y'all will literally rage about anything. As someone who's been an influencer on the internet for quite some time, I have had outrage about every single choice I've ever made. From my hair to the way I dress to the person I marry to how many kids I have. The list goes on and on and on. But I've learned that I just need to be 100% myself, even if that doesn't fit the black stereotype. And that is a woman who loves farming, who loves.
So to be the person that you are, not trying to be the black stereotype, is by picking cotton and saying it's in your DNA. Can we make it make sense? You don't want to be the black stereotype, which is fine. Not saying that you should be the black stereotype. You don't want to be the black stereotype. So you went with a camera to a field, your farm, to go pick cotton at the same time humming while you were picking the cotton. And then you decide to say, because of course you don't want to be the black stereotype. You decide to say while picking cotton that picking cotton is in your DNA. But you don't want to be the black stereotype though. You don't want to be the what was the second thing she said? I keep forgetting it. But let's make it make sense. Let's make it make sense. I have to remind myself the second thing she said because now
And I'm a farmer. Come pick some cotton with me. Now, I know what you're thinking. What on earth is she picking cotton for? If you wanted me to be quirky, I'd say it's in my DNA. But the truth of the matter is, it's in my household. And as someone who loves a cotton stuffed mattress and a cotton stuffed pillow, and I'm getting low on both, I had to go harvest some cotton. But look at how gorgeous it is out here. You cannot tell me I wasn't born to pick cotton.
so yeah, that was the second thing she said. That
Who has a really
she was born to pick cotton. We cannot tell her that she wasn't born to pick cotton. So two things, right? Um, Picking cotton is in her DNA. And two, we can't tell her she wasn't born to pick cotton. So she believes she was born to pick cotton. But she's trying to beat the black stereotype. She doesn't want to live according to the black stereotype. So how to go about trying to make sure that that's not what she's doing is by going to her farm to pick cotton while saying that picking cotton is in her DNA and that she was born to pick cotton. Yes, that's exactly how you beat the black stereotype. Let me tell you. If you did not know before, you are struggling as a black person to beat the black stereotype. You don't want to be the black stereotype. You don't want to, live by those beliefs that people have about you, as to how you should live, dress, speak, navigate this world, carry your hair, whatever, anything black stereotype in brackets. You are trying to make sure that that's not what you are portraying in the world. You know how you go about getting that to happen? Start picking cotton and saying on camera that picking cotton is in your DNA and you were born to pick cotton. That's how you beat the stereotype. That's exactly what you need to do to beat it. Yeah. If you, just in case you are wondering, you've been struggling, you did not know how to go about it. That's exactly it right there. That's the tutorial that we did not know we needed, but now we have it, and we are very grateful to Hannah for it. As Black people collectively, I hope that's, we're all grateful, right? And people are talking about her being religiously brainwashed. Carl, I see you on your comment, and I cannot disagree with you because, like I said, I went through her page. Mm, let's continue.
And loves having children, who has a really dry type. And that is a I just need to be 100% myself, even if that doesn't fit the black stereotype. And that is a woman who loves farming, who loves having children, who has a really dry sense of humor.
Yeah, she's perpetuating stereotypes while talking about wanting to beat or not want to be the black stereotype. December White says she knows that she's perpetuating stereotypes of black people and profiting from doing so. That's exactly what she's doing, and she should be ashamed of herself. Very ashamed of herself. This is disgraceful. She's embarrassing herself. She thinks I don't know what she thinks she's doing here, but all she did in this video was embarrass herself. She should be very embarrassed. She did not need anybody to bring her down. She brought herself down to this level. She did that. She should be embarrassed. This is disgraceful. This is disgraceful and it is distasteful. Never should have happened. This is crazy.
And loves a old vintage outfit and a pretty dress. In a world where people are forced to fit into a bubble or be politically correct all the time, I thrive because I genuinely am just 100% myself. I've never once cared whether that flies on the internet, and so I continue to thrive in this chaos. If you genuinely want to get to know me, I would invite you to scroll through my social media and just look at a few of my posts. I'm very in depth about who I am. And if you don't, just be like this baby. And if you don't like something, just keep moving.
And now we're going to be moving. That's our cue to move to the next video. Ruby is asking if she has any brown friends. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. Um, I did not get to watch every single video on her page, but did I see any black people as friends there? I don't know. Maybe they were just did not get to view the video. She responded to another comment. This one. And this is what she said. What was the comment about?
I'll walk you through the process of picking cotton and what I do with it.
So she just kept on with the cotton picking videos. Anything anybody said, she's responding to a cotton to the comments with more cotton picking and more cotton dressing and more cotton filling pillows with cotton, that like just back to back to back to back, which is crazy to me. You know why it's crazy to me? Because this lady said that she's a farmer. A farmer. That's Hannah. Hannah Farmer. What did she call herself? Hannah the farmer. I forgotten, but she says she's a farmer. And I went on her page. On a farm, please. I'm supposed to see more plants, more fruits. There should be options. I mean, I saw cows and milks, and I think I saw horses. Okay, cool. But then I was looking for other fruits and other plants. I personally did not come by no apples. I did not come by no pears. I don't know, berries, pawpaw. pineapple. I shall not. I don't know, potatoes, tomato. All I can buy as relates to plants is cotton. Just cotton. Until you said you are a farmer, I saw cows milk. That's great. Are you farming for only milk and cotton? But then maybe I did not spend as much time as I needed to on the page. Who knows? Because I really wanted to leave the page as quickly as possible, so I did not dwell too much. All I'm saying is all I saw was cutting, and now she's giving us cutting back to back to back to back to back.
Walk you through the process of picking. Come along with me while I walk you through the process of picking cotton and what I do with it. I've gotten really good at harvesting as I use my index finger and my thumb to pull the cotton out of the bulbs to avoid injury. The next step is a little.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can see the comments that she's responding to, but this particular person said, let me read the comments out. I forgot. This person said, just degrading yourself, really, which I agree with that. That's what she's doing. Yeah, which I agree with. And so this is the video she made in response to what the person said.
Index finger and my thumb to pull the cotton out of the bulbs to avoid injury. The next step is a little bit more daunting, so I typically like to turn on a show. This is the sorting process where I de-seed it and I clean it and I pull all the bugs out. Fun fact, I'm farsighted, so doing this takes a lot of concentration. The pillows you see in the background are stuffed with cotton. The mattress underneath me is stuffed with cotton. As someone who has a son with pretty significant allergies, and I have allergies myself, I like to keep the house as chemical and pesticide and allergen free as possible, and I find organic cotton does the trick. You're making a French fry. Once the cotton has been cleaned and sorted, I can use it to stuff things the following day, so my kids are going to help me roll balls, and they love this part. It's really good for their sensory, and it helps them really appreciate where cotton comes from. My daughter's going to ask me 21 billion questions as I stuff this mattress, but motherhood, am I right? Magical. I am not the kind of person that likes sleeping on those hard mattresses, so a cotton stuffed mattress provides the most calming and blissful sleep. This particular daybed is in the living room, and the kids love to lounge on it and read books. The final process is taking all the seeds that I harvested and saving them until next season. It's such an exciting and thrilling process, and I'm so honored that I can teach my children how to appreciate life a little bit more. What are some ways you and your family are being sustainable? I'd love to hear it in the comments below.
Yeah, that's and that's all the cutting video I'm going to be playing. So now just for Michael is asking if she's back to her senses. No, she's not. This video, the first one she posted that really started this entire madness was 2 days ago, and the other two that came after she posted a couple hours ago. So these are very recent. This is unfolding very recently. So here's here's what I think I want to share. Is there any need? I was going to read some comments from underneath her page, but I just thought maybe no need right now. And these are some other videos I found on her page that are very, very interesting.
Over character, because ultimately policy, not character, is what affects your life as an individual. Now, I know that's a touchy subject, but that's the truth. How you vote should not be based on feeling or whether you should always vote policy over character, because ultimately policy, not character, is what affects your life as an individual. Now, I know that's a touchy subject, but that's the truth. How you vote should not be based on feeling or whether you like somebody or not. Now, I know I am a Christian, and I'm very vocal about that here on this platform, and I often get a lot of flack for voting for Donald Trump. But as a Christian, I think it's my duty to vote for a candidate whose policies align with my Christian viewpoint. Now, if you want to take it to the Bible, because a lot of y'all
Can you imagine? I'm muted and I'm and I've been talking. I didn't even know. So here's what I was saying. Um, my question here is: has Trump not done some very questionable things? I mean, aside from the fact that he's openly not a big fan of black and brown people. I mean, who doesn't know this at this point? Unborn babies know that Trump is not a big fan of black and brown people. So there is that, right? And there is also the fact that he's done some other questionable things. So now my question to her, or hell, maybe not to her, I probably might never get an answer. She probably might never come by this live, right? So my question now is, how does the things that Trump do have been doing align with her Christian values? Because that, according to her, that's why she voted for the guy, because he aligns what he stands for, aligns what he stands for aligns with her Christian values. How does what that man stand for? I don't know. Is there something I'm missing? is there is there something I'm missing? But let her continue.
All want to take it there, whose policies align with my Christian viewpoint. Now, if you want to take it to the Bible, because a lot of y'all want to take it there, First and Second Kings, Judges, Jeremiah, Isaiah, they're all wrought with kings and rulers that God used for such a time as this, whose character was trifling, but God was like, you know what? I'm going to use him anyway. Which brings us to the question, do I agree with what Donald Trump has done? Absolutely not. Is he going to have to answer to the Lord for that? Absolutely. Am I responsible for Donald Trump's character? Absolutely not. Am I going to have to answer for Donald Trump's character? Absolutely not. And so the thing is, y'all got it twisted based on feeling, based on public perception. And so what I need y'all to do is I need y'all to wake up. I need y'all to wake up. So who are you to say who God can and cannot use? At the end of the day, you vote for the policies that align with what you believe as a Christian, as an individual, and that's what you have to answer to God for. So y'all can miss me with that propaganda about, oh, well, she's a Christian, she's voted for Trump. Yes, I am. When I tell you what I'm not fixing to do is I'm not fixing to vote for Kamala Harris based on the character assassination and troll comments from people who are obsessed with parasocial relationships, who don't know me from Adam, and take a look at me and be like, oh, well, she's voted for Trump. Get in the comment section. Oh, let me harass her real quick. I'm standing on my own 2 feet because this is what I believe in. The question you should be asking, why has Kamala Harris put out almost zero policy proposals and has based her whole campaign on feelings or the color of people's skin? Ask yourself why Megan Thee Stallion is prancing around, why Kamala is being vague and calculated in her every response and laughing at us every chance she gets. That should strike you as unsettling. That should strike you as uncomfortable. You have to ask yourself what scares you more. At face value, a presidential candidate whose sins are out in the open, or one who's hiding out here, barely letting us know what she's actually standing for. Because personally, the latter is pretty unsettling. So educate yourself on policy, educate yourself on what you're willing to fight for and what you're willing to stand up for. Then we can have a chat on our future as Americans, the reality of our future as Americans that's based on fact and not feeling.
So there's that. I, I I don't even know what to say. I I mm, I don't even know what to say. By the way, I think I've never said this online, but I think this is a good time to say it. Um, that personally, me, I'm shocked that Trump is still allowed to run. I mean, there's a lot of things that shock me. This is not me as an African, or rather as a Nigerian, even that has a president that I don't even understand how and why that man is there. Personally, I did not vote for him. Um, not a fan. ugh, what that man is doing to the country, no, no words. It's painful being down here. I think that's enough to sum of the entire experience of having Tinubu as our president in Nigeria. Questionable human being too, questionable character, questionable policies, all around just questionable. See the blood that runs through that man's veins, questionable blood. It's that bad, right? So I'm not coming from a place of, oh, it's so good here, looking at the Americans and what is happening. That's not what this is about, because like crazy ish is happening down here too. And talking about, I can talk about that crazy ish and still say, yeah, crazy ish is happening here. That crazy ish is happening in America. How is Trump? It's Trump. I mean, I know why and how he's still being able to run. He's a man. See, if you were a black man, that was he not just being looked at by for some kind of political crime, and was he not locked up for something? But he's still able to run. So for me, that's crazy. I think I just want to share that now. I've never been able to say it. It's one I've been thinking in my mind. Like that's crazy that America let that man continue to run, but it's America and Trump is a white man. I see. Listen to her talk. Back to Hannah. See, I'm not sure if this is excuse me. These are Hannah's views and opinions, of if this is Hannah's husband's views and opinions. Because listen to it, she's a black woman, and I just cannot fathom how she doesn't see that there is no way Trump is anyways. Eh, mm. Let's get to the next clip. I don't know.
Policy over character, because ultimately policy, not character, is what affects your life as an individual.
Sorry, that's the wrong clip. I think this is the one.
Whoa. I had to change my outfit for this one. So she says, I saw your mean comments on Kamala. Whoa. I had to change my outfit for this one. So she says, I saw your mean comments on Kamala. You can't even love yourself as a black woman. The truth is, you need to work on your inner beauty for your outer beauty to shine through. Back up, baby girl. So let's just be honest about this, because I know that I wear wigs and weaves, and I told you guys that I am stopping because I'm tired of spending the money and I'm tired of feeling like I look better in different hair textures, but that has nothing to do with what I believe politically. Let me say that again. How I feel about my appearance has nothing to do with how I vote politically. Okay, because appearance and insecurities aside, I am a God-fearing woman. Okay, and I believe in traditional marriages. I believe in the patriarchy. I believe in one nation under God. I believe in our amendment rights, all of them. I believe in the sanctity of life, okay? And I believe that I should control what goes on in my household, and the government needs to stay in their lane. Okay, honey? So the reason why I vote for Trump is because he is the closest candidate that aligns with my beliefs, okay? So you can miss me with that garbage. And when I was talking about Kamala,
See, now she keeps talking about her beliefs, and it really has me wondering. I mean, in the first video, she did mention policies, but is it just me that feel like she's more about beliefs than the policies? And again, sometimes when we hear these things, let me narrate down to me. Sometimes when I hear these things, if I have an opinion, sorry, opportunity to speak with the person in person, I always like for them to break down these things that they say, because just saying like brackets, blankets words like that, what you might be thinking this person is thinking might be very different from what you are thinking. So when someone comes out and say, oh, we share the same belief, I vote for him because we share the same belief or because of the policies, sometimes I think it's about time we need to start asking people, okay, when you say policies, what policies are you talking about? Because who knows? The policies might not even be something that, let's get down to the policies. What policies are you talking about? What beliefs are you talking about? Right? So it just, and when it comes to politics, should we be talking about belief? This is where personally I feel like even here in Africa, it bothers me that there is this intertwining thing that goes on between politics and religion. I strongly believe there should be a separation, because like it affects how people navigate, it affects how people vote. People be voting for people because they are Muslim. Oh, he shares my beliefs. Do we need, is that what we need to move forward as a nation? Your Muslim beliefs? No. So why is that a reason why you are voting for this person? And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I feel like that's one of the reasons why she's voting for Trump. He's Christian. And he's very open about being strongly Christian and holding very tightly all those Christian beliefs, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like there should be a separation for real. There should be a separation, separate the religion from the state. I don't know if personally we'll ever get there as a country in Nigeria, or if we would ever get there as a continent, Africa. But it's a problem because it doesn't help people think straight when they are mixing religion with politics. The two should not be mixing. People be making some very ridiculous laws because of what the Bible says. Lives be getting affected because of these laws that they are making, because of what the Bible says. People be voting because of what religion this person holds, not because of what this person plans to do for the country, or if this person has any good plans for the country. It doesn't matter. They are Muslim and Muslim and voting for him. That's how a lot of people voted for this Were that is presently leading Nigeria, because he's Muslim, they voted for him. And let's not even talk about tribalism, because that one too is another layer that affects it. It's a problem, right? So mm, let's continue.
Kamala Harris, I was saying how she uses the victim mentality that blacks have as far as politically to try to get us to vote for her. And that fact remains the same whether I like myself better with wigs or not, sweetie. So what you're not going to do is come on my side of the internet where I'm sharing something about myself and try to tell me how I actually think, baby girl, because that's not accurate. And so, yeah, you could say, oh, Hannah Lee, you struggle with being secure in your own skin. It's not necessarily a black woman thing. It's just the fact that my natural hair is really hard for me to deal with. It's not easily manipulated. It has nothing to do with the color of my skin. Thank you very much. And having insecurities does not take away from the fact that I have an inner beauty. It doesn't take away from my standards. It doesn't take away from my beliefs, okay? So you can miss me with that. And I know that we're in today's age where you really can't say anything on the internet without people crucifying you. You really can't have an opinion without people crucifying you. But you can miss me with that. Because one thing about Hannah Lee is, even though Hannah Lee has insecurities, Hannah Lee is always going to fight for what she believes in, okay? Whether that's politically correct to a lot of people or not. So even though they have a influencer fund on here and they're asking us to make videos where they give us 10K to tell you to vote for Kamala, you can miss me with that. You can miss me with that. Okay? Because I am voting for a better life, for what I believe is good for America. And that's how everyone else should vote as well. And you're like, oh, why are you yelling, Hannah Lee? Because y'all ain't listening. Y'all ain't listening. But anyways, thank you, friend, for trying to insult me, because every time someone tries to insult me on here, it just further lights a fire underneath me. And one thing about Hannah Lee is, ever since Hannah Lee has been on social media, Hannah Lee has gone through a lot. Hannah Lee has gone through a lot. But Hannah Lee has never been a coward. Hannah Lee has never been timid about what she believes. Hannah Lee has never shape-shifted for anybody else except for Hannah Lee. So even with my hair situation, I'm going to have to deal with a whole bunch of trauma that happened to me when I was a child with my hair. I don't even have to go into that for y'all. I don't need to go into that for y'all until I'm ready to go into that for y'all. But I shared my video on my hair to kind of like inspire other girls to do the same thing. So you can miss me. You can miss me with the garbage, baby girl. Mwah.
You know what my thing is with people like this really is I don't think I'll personally even really care whether or not they existed, if their existence or the things that they do, right, is not problematic to the point where it can be dangerous for other Black people. If what people like her do and them Candace Owens, I saw someone in the chat say, "Oh, this is Candace Owens' long lost sister." That made me laugh. I would not personally care what people like her and the rest of them that exist do if what they do is not problematic to the point where it can affect the life of other Black people. I think that's why I care. Not I think that's certainly why I care, because you have these people voting for these people that don't give a damn about Black people, and then Black people get the results that they get, or should I say get the results that do we even get any result? Well, there is a result, right, which is whatever the result is. And not only that, they make these comments that they go far. The things you say, the things you do, they go far. Now we are in the internet age where videos travel very far, and you are fueling into this. Oh my goodness, you are fueling into things that you are not supposed to be fueling. Just stacking them up with everything you say, stacking them up with everything you do, and like you're not even thinking it through. Like why? It just like the thought process for me. It's just very sad. I personally think people like this are very dangerous, very very dangerous. And we have them on the continent as well. There's one I want to make a video on. I think I'll make a live on her instead of a video. She's Kenya. That one, when I look at her, not saying they are all only from Kenya, because trust, we have they're everywhere. Unfortunately for us, or they're everywhere. These people, we can't seem to get rid of them. I think they are dangerous. I think their actions are dangerous and they affect Black people globally. And it's just very sad that they don't know, or maybe they know, they don't care. Maybe this is, I don't know. I saw a video of a brother that said on TikTok that we should start looking at these people as the as the descendants of the sellouts that we have in the past. These are the reincarnates of them. And it really got me thinking. It really got me thinking, because like if you believe in reincarnation, different kind of people are reincarnating. Who knows? Maybe the sellouts are reincarnating too. I just wish, I guess I hope the universe was not letting that happen, but it seems like maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to be adding the video to the chat now. Oh, but first of all, I think I want to play a video of this sister. I want to play a video of this sister I saw.
Me. Now, come pick some cotton with me. Now, I know what you're thinking. What on earth is she picking cotton for? If you wanted me to be quirky, I'd say it's in my DNA. But the truth of the matter is, it's in my household. And as someone who loves a cotton stuffed mattress and is out here, you cannot tell me I wasn't born to pick cotton.
Yes, she is married to a white man. And it's relationships like this that give interracial dating a bad name, right? Because you're making light of or making jokes about you being a Black woman picking cotton on a farm. What the fuck is funny about it? What is funny about the history of Black people picking cotton in this country? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to know. I want to laugh too. And it's like, so she's aware of the stereotype that's attached to it. I think that when it comes to these interracial relationships, there is a little bit of a responsibility until we get to a certain place in America, and we're not there. We're not there. We're not there. Where we have healed from our past, we are fully recovered, and to where there are people who are not still alive who have had to deal with the horrific things about that history, right? So at the bare minimum, we gotta wait till they gone. before we can be on the phone, on the web, cackling about picking cotton. And it's like, you would think if the white partner is truly in tune and cares about the blackness of their partner, they would be like, babe, that's little, we shouldn't, because we have to be just careful about how we go about things, because
And this is what I'm saying. This person just said they are Agbaru, that they are Nigerian and they love Trump. Like I really wish maybe if you can come up Isia and educate me, because I'm a Nigerian as well and I don't understand why any black person would love Trump. So maybe there's something you are seeing that we are not seeing. But from what I'm seeing, it can never be me, right? So if you want to maybe come up and tell us why, what are you seeing that we are not seeing? Why you love him? That would be nice. I think that's a conversation I would like to have personally. But let's continue.
we're in America. But whatever. Who am I to tell her what the fuck to post on her page? I'm not telling her what the fuck to post on her page. I'm just saying, bitch, pink cotton not fucking funny.
I saw a comment that said I've missed the comment. This person said if she were white, would she have said that she was born to pick cotton? That was a very, very nice question. If she were white, would she have said that she was born to pick cotton? And while I was looking into this story, it reminded me of this thing that happened. I've forgotten when exactly it happened, but it was this situation of this girl that was dating this white guy, and they're high schoolers, right? They are teenagers, I believe. Yes, teenagers. And her white boyfriend invited her to prom. Oh no, sorry, I take that back. I'm not sure if they were dating. At this point, does it even matter? But Sha, this white guy on the screen invited her or proposed to her, propose. Is it propose they call it? To be taken to the prom. And this was what he made for her, asking her to go to the club with him. This poster where he wrote there, I know I'm not cutting, but will you pick me? Would you pick me for prom? And he had on the placard or the proposal banner, I'm not sure what to call this, cotton. That's what he used for the decoration. This situation reminded me of it. And she said yes and took a picture with a smile on their face and they posted it. The two of them obviously did not think there was anything wrong with this situation. And of course, there was a backlash. I think this happened, was if it's not maybe last year, I can't remember exactly, but it's not too long ago. And I remember the outrage on TikTok when it got posted. Yeah, this happened. But while I was trying to get this particular picture, I came by others of white people doing this. And how did we get here? How did I even get here again? I was talking about how if she were white, if she would have said, okay, referencing a comment, right? If she were white, if she would have said, Hannah now, not the lady on the screen, Hannah, the one we're making this video about, if she would have said that she was born to pick cotton if she was white. And while I was on the rabbit hole looking for this particular picture, or this particular post with this girl that got proposed or asked to the prom by this white guy with this cotton, whatever. I came by other posts of white people asking their dates or asking other white people, white girls, white boys asking white girls to the prom with this cotton pickup line. I'm not sure what to call it, but you guys check it out. Oh, this is another one I saw. It was this black girl and these two white girls that they said, You may be picking cotton, but we are picking you to go to prom with us." Again, rabbit hole. I landed here. I don't know how I found these things, but I did. I'm still not sure. I Yeah. While I was looking for the first one, I came by this one. So it's a thing. It's a thing in the white community. It's like a joke they even they crack. So seeing her crack that joke in that video, I'm like, you're definitely, it's like, who knows? Maybe it's a joke they even crack in their family. Who knows? Maybe it's something the husband had even told her. And okay, now this is another one. I think they are teens, and they said, if I was black, I would be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you for prom. Hence why the comments that she made about, oh, she was born to pick cotton, I really love that, someone made a statement in the comments saying, oh, if she were white, would she have said that? Because now she wouldn't have, because see what the white people are saying. Another one, if I was black, I would be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you. So her saying that she was born to pick cotton as a black woman, again, is playing into the stereotype, because these people have a stereotype of who is supposed to be picking cotton, who picks cotton, who was born to pick cotton, which makes it even more crazy that she said in her video, and one of her response video, that, oh, she's trying to not be the stereotype, but that's literally what she did. Another one, if I was black, I'll be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you. Again, rabbit hole. I don't know how I came by these images, but I did. Another one, if I was black, I'll be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you. Or I'm picking you for prom. So it just like there is no way in hell at her grown age. I think I should put the link in the chat now. These are the rest I saw. So if anybody wants to come and join this conversation, they can. The Nigerian that loves Trump, if you're still around and you want to come and, tell us why, because I'm curious. It's going to be a very cordial conversation. No insult, no nothing. That's not even how I roll. So if you're interested in telling us, except maybe you are a troll just trolling, because that's something that happens. But the link is in the chat though. If anybody wants to come up and share with us what they think, or if they have anything either about the topic or anything at all related or whatever, yeah, you can do that before I end the live. While we wait, I'm going to be playing another video I came by again on her page. I'm going to be very random. This one.
Farmer, and recently I took to the internet to share that my husband tore a disc in his back, and I've had to take over his responsibility. Hey guys, my name is Hannah Lee and I'm a farmer, and recently I took to the internet to share that my husband tore a disc in his back, and I've had to take over his responsibilities, okay? So your girl went from being the cute farm wife in the kitchen, wearing the aprons and making the meals and keeping the kids and homeschooling, to actually being out there on the farm, pushing in cows, milking, doing all the things, because So anyways, that made a lot of people angry, okay? People are in the comment sections being like, this ain't it. Oh, the poor cows and their mamas. And I pulled the KJV out for y'all, okay? Because I don't know what planet we live on anymore, but the planet that I live on, God who created this planet, gave me dominion over the animals, okay? So we're going to dive into the KJV version because this one screams at y'all. And let's read it. So we are outside by the pond, and I'm going to remind you what the Lord has said, okay? Genesis 1, verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle. Listen, God put the cattle in there because he knew in 2024 y'all would be coming for me. And he knew I had to stand on business because he knew y'all would be coming for me. And he said, over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man. That's you and me, friend. In his image, in the image of God created he, male and female created he them. Y'all ain't ready for that conversation either, okay? But it's in the book, okay? So y'all need to start reading the Bible. And before the non-believers come in here in this comment section and be like, no, yeah, this wasn't for you, okay? The Lord told us that y'all ain't gonna be able to understand this book. But for y'all who do understand this book, get in it, read it, and stop playing games, okay? Because the biblical illiteracy is driving me crazy. Anyways, moving on, he said, in verse 28, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, okay?
I think that's all I'm going to be playing about this clip. That's all. That's all. I can't continue.
Daughter, and she really hates how she looks. And you ask yourself, how on earth does a 4-year-old hate how they look? And this morning I was getting super frustrated. I said to her, you need to learn to love your hair. I don't know why you hate your hair so much. And she responded with, because you hate your hair, mommy. And that broke me, guys. Because it's true. And, you know, I used to tell myself, oh, wigs and weaves are protected styles, all this stuff. But truthfully, at the core, I just hate my hair. So guys, I will be starting over on social media because I really don't know what it's like to feel beautiful in my own skin. But I'm starting over for her sake. I'm starting over for when my children look back. I want them to just see mommy just loving herself and being herself. And it's going to be hard to jump into that journey because I honestly don't really know what that looks like.
So I turned that off because of copyrights. Well, mm. Anyways, that's enough. I think I'm going to just let people come up now. I can see Ikenga Nation. Hi, Ikenga.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, I wanted to come on because I've really been enjoying the conversation so far. I've been watching your channel a lot from my other account, Udochi KK, which is my name. But I came on with my my other name
Mm.
today. So because I wanted to talk about the whole slavery cotton picking conversation topic. I mentioned earlier in the chat that cotton picking is just a trope that they like to use about slavery for black people. First of all, I grew up in the American education system, but my parents are Igbo.
Mm.
So I know I know a lot of American history, but I also know Igbo history because I've been educating myself and trying to get back into my culture and understanding it and everything like that. So I'm feet in both sides, right? Just to give you a little bit of background about my own history. But my thing is they like to talk about cotton picking, and cotton picking is just like a trope that they like to use to talk about black people. But think about the fact that they brought all the Africans from Africa, from West Africa to America to be enslaved people here on American soil. Not all of them were used for picking cotton, but this is clearly used to trigger people. So for her to say that she's not trying to be a trigger, or she's trying to act like this is innocent. This is not innocent. She's clearly
Mm,
trying to trigger people and get attention. And it's like, it's obviously that, you know what I mean? And it's just because you're using something that is obviously used um as the trope that's used here in America for Black Americans as slaves to pick cotton. Because
mm,
if you look at the real history of America, the real history, not the trope and the stereotype, which is cotton picking, you will know that they brought African slaves here who were skilled laborers, who knew how to smelt iron, who knew how to do who knew how to do, who were herbalists, who did medicine. Just to give people like the real history, we had a lot of skills in Africa that we were brought here to do, even though they are trying to change the education system in Florida to teach people differently now. That they're teaching them that they learned those skills in slavery, but actually in Africa, those skills were already there. We had people who knew how to make medicines. We had people who knew how to smelt iron. We had people who knew how to, and actually a lot of that stuff that was brought, that people were doing here as doctors. George Washington Carver, who was a slave, he had a lot of patents on peanuts, and he was a horticulturalist. He was a slave, but he had a lot of patents ultimately because he invented peanut butter. He invented so many different things with plants. So a lot of slaves were highly skilled people, but they had their skills from Africa, from coming from Africa and then bringing them over here. So it was more than just cotton picking in a lot of places, even though cotton and was a huge thing in the South, in a certain part of the South.
mm.
Um, but there are certain things that they do use for us all the time, over and over again in the media. Every time they want to show slaves, they do show cotton, they do show watermelon, they do show fried chicken. And so when you see those things, then you know that it's somebody that's intentionally trying to trigger us. And
Yeah.
I think we got to be very careful about people like that. And this Hannah girl, I think, is very dangerous. Like, all this Trump talk and everything like that, she is the worst kind of person, in my opinion. But that's just me.
Yeah,
That's all I want to call.
oh, sorry for cutting you off. And
No, you're
I
good.
totally agree with you. Like I said in the video, I think she's dangerous. People like her are very dangerous for the Black community, globally, because of the things that they do. And I saw someone say in the comments that she probably doesn't know. I don't think there is any Black person at this point that doesn't know
Yeah, how could
about
she
it.
not know? Like,
And
this is
especially being in America, like how can you not know? You, like you said, she's trying to make it seem like, oh, it's something innocent. But yes, like I understand picking cotton on a normal, if we live in a right kind of world, that's an innocent thing. It's supposed to be an innocent thing. But we live in this world that we do, and we cannot act like the world is not what the world is. I can never, I was saying earlier that I can never, maybe not in this live, in the first one I hosted, for those of us who don't know, the first one got like, there was some technical difficulties, so I had to restart the live. But I was saying that I would never want a video of me picking cotton on the internet, no matter how innocent it is, because I understand how that video is. I know
how it's being portrayed.
how is going, yeah, what is the image is going to put out there. I understand that, and that's not something I would do. Hell, I don't even think I would want to eat chicken on the internet, because
Yeah.
I know how it would come off. Not come
Yes.
off for people generally. I know how, them people, what they could use it for. It's
Hmm.
still just going to play into, oh, Black people eat chicken, as if the white people don't eat chicken, or Asians don't eat chicken. Like, they are just something that people should know not to do. And
Certain
her
images.
doing it, yes, certain images, her doing it, not only did she pick cotton, she picked cotton, and then she made those remarks, and then it was just, and then she's married to a white person, which again, I don't care, marry who you want to marry, but putting all of those things together, what did
Yeah.
they create?
Yeah. A monster.
It's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
people should know better. And I know that she knows what she was doing is,
Yeah.
I should not be doing this, but she did it anyways. And I think she did it for clout. I think she knew that if she makes that content, it's going to go far because of the kind of content that it is. People are going to talk. Which again, I said earlier that I was going to share something. I made a screen grab, a screen recording of her page. Maybe I should share it because I went on there and I compared views, right? I wanted to see what her engagement was like in comparison to now that she's made this video. Her engagement was not all that great now. She used to have, like, 20,000 views, 70,000 views, 30,000 views. And now she made that one video and all of a sudden she has 1 million views.
She knows what she's doing. This girl knows what she's doing. I'm telling
Do you
you. I
understand?
saw the video yesterday on Twitter and somebody had shared it and I clicked on it and I was like, "Oh my gosh." Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
It's crazy.
It's crazy the video because the video grabs you in a way that is she's when the person in the comment section in the comments said that she's Candace Owens's sister, that long lost sister.
Long lost sister. Yes.
That's it. It's the same heart. The same, it comes from the same place in your heart to do
Mm,
something like that. What she's
yeah.
doing. You know what I'm saying? Like she's married to the guy, whatever, but maybe the guy motivated this or something. I don't know whether her husband encourages her to be this type of person. Um, I don't know, but it's like it comes from the same place in your heart. Like I'm too good for racism is not an issue for me. I'm going to make fun of all of you others, of all of you other people who are so offended easily by or something like that. I feel like that's where it's coming from your heart. And it's like, no, there are people who are really dying every day. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Mm.
people who are getting police brutality is real. Racism is real. These problems are real and you're making fun of it. People are suffering every single day. People are dying every single day. And you are making light of their suffering and their pain by taking this and creating this video and creating this mockery of their plight and of their trauma, basically. So that's basically what she's doing by creating this video. And it's sick in my opinion. It comes from the same place, and I feel like from her, from Candace Owen, that same heart, that same emotional, just the sarcasm of, you know, I don't like it. I don't like it at
And
all.
I totally agree with you. That point you raised too about, oh, I don't think there's racism. I don't think it affects me. So let me make joke about the rest of you because I know you guys are easily offended. Um I feel like that particular sentiment, which I also believe that she probably shares, as you pointed out, was highlighted in one of the videos I played where she said, oh, blacks have a victim mentality, hence why they want to
Mhm.
vote Kamala Harris because, apparently, according to her, Kamala Harris is using the black victim or blacks victim mentality trope to get black people, in so they can vote for her. I don't know, to come out and say, oh, there is a victim mentality. No, it's not a victim mentality. People are actually being victimized out here.
Mhm.
It's not
Yeah,
a mentality.
there are actual stories of people who, like the lady who was had the mental illness, and that she just had like a hot, she was boiling water or something, and the police shot her. And oh, sorry, I don't know if I'm supposed to even say these things. I don't want to demonetize you. um
It's okay.
you know what I mean? But like the police officer had that incident in her home, and the whole situation was those types of incidents happen every day, and the
Oh,
videos come out all the time. The police cams come out every single time about these situations where police brutality happens and these things happen. So I don't feel like I feel as though this woman and the people who feel this way where their heart are just not where their heart is just cold towards the trauma that's going on, it's like they need to be they need to rethink. I guess two Naija is here, so let me let
yeah. To Niger. Hi.
Greetings, Ovie. Thank you for having me on this live. Um, yeah, you want me to comment on this video?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why you joined now.
Yeah, I just came to gossip. See, the way I look at this is, I guess I'm just gonna come out and say it, and I'm not sure a lot of people are gonna be happy. Um, First of all, I think what she said, she knew it was emotive and it's gonna get response from people. Um, that is one layer. Um, Apart from that, apart from the statement about being born to pick cotton, and clearly the videos that were shared and pictures that were shared seems to show there is a thing now going on in America, which is quite sad, of taking such an emotive history and making joke of it or light of it. And they know they are going to hurt a lot of people when they do these things, and people are going to react to it. Um, but especially the white ones that are doing it, clearly it's a racist thing to do if you are white doing this type of service, like a white person using the N word. And though you can't stop them from being racist, they will be racist as they want to be. The lady, what she said, apart from those comments that were emotive, most of the views she shares, even if I disagree with a lot of them, a lot of our women are doing things that are just as damaging to our community. They are just as damaging to us. Because the part that I disagree with her was about um, the fact that she believes in Christianity. And that's why she wants to support Christian approach to things. But I agree with her on life. I agree with her on her family, the way she perceives a family. And clearly, her insecurities about her hair is something we see among a lot of black women. And she's passing, and that's one of my biggest criticism about this. What she said there was one of my biggest issues that I raised with our women. I said, these things you are doing is showing your children that are going to grow up and see themselves as somehow inferior. And she basically exemplified that by giving that example of her child, telling her that she doesn't like her hair. Why should the child like his or her own hair? So you can see that there is a problem there. We all have these issues, and it's easy for people to just point fingers and dislike people for what they say because they are saying things that are emotive. But go behind that, you see that there are some truths to what they are saying. Like in terms of policy, yes, policy is more important than personality and all that stuff. Because the Democrats that we've been chasing all this while, they've been very diabolical to us just as much as the Republicans. How can racists change from being racist? Which other race will put you first? No black people should ever think like that. And that's another point she made about victim mentality. Don't expect people to treat you right, especially when you are in a weak position. What do you expect from other people? Did the Indians treat us right? Did the Chinese treat us right? Did the white people treat us right? Nobody will treat you right. As a matter of fact, the white people treated the Chinese bad too. They treated the Indians badly too. It's just the way of the world. I saw a video of an Indian beating up another Indian just because the other Indian was darker, and they called them the Dalits. They were beating her in the police station. She was being flogged. Then another female police officer that is lighter skin came and started flogging the woman. Then after they finished flogging her, they started flogging her child. Human beings are cruel to each other. And the problem with us is that we don't seem to know it. We just seem to think that other people owe us a living. They don't. And this is why I don't like Democrats. Democrats are just as diabolical. What I see them doing in Africa, Trump hates, I wouldn't say hates, he doesn't care about black people. His priority is his white brothers. And he makes that very clear. He's not hiding it. And because of that, when it comes to Africa, he doesn't even care. He doesn't even interfere too much because he doesn't care. The only part of Africa he cares about is South Africa, where there are white people. That's the one he wanted to intervene in. But Democrats, they intervene in everything in Africa. If you don't take their LGBT this thing, they will cause you problems. If you don't follow their climate change thing, they will cause you problems. If you don't, anything they try to do to it, they will cause you problems. Why should I support those type of diabolical people? Democrats were in office when June 12th happened in Nigeria. Democrats were in office when Rwanda happened. Democrats were in office when Libya happened. Democrats were in office when all these three coups that brought these military leaders in Africa came on. They are the most destabilizing agents of that continent. If they were our friends, don't you think you should see something a little bit different? What advantage have these people given us ever? In America, the only thing Democrats fund at the highest level for the black community is Planned Parenthood. That's when you go to the use of Planned Parenthood, the black people are the one that uses higher than any other group in Africa, in the US. Is that what Democrats doing? What is Planned Parenthood doing so positively for our community? So if you look at both sides, Republicans and Democrats, they are not there for us. They are there for their people. I don't understand it. You can't expect them to care for you more than you care for yourself. So when I see this woman talking, I don't see that much difference between them, her, and what the other type of women in our community are doing. A lot of our women are wearing foreign people looking hair. When you wear a hair that makes you look like an Indian woman or an Arabic woman or a white woman, and she is saying that she has issues with that, why are you surprised? It's just, for me, I don't see that much gap between what she's saying and what the people that support the Democrats are saying. I think we should care about policy. And if these two sides are not helping us, we should not vote for them. We should bring up our own candidate and vote for our own candidates. That's why I look at it. Both of them are just diabolical to us. That's why I look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Ninja. You touched on a lot of things. Now, personally, I don't think Democrat or Republican. I don't think any one of them is any different. The
Yeah, I
same
don't
way,
think that's the same.
I don't think any one of the political parties in this Nigeria, whether not PDP, APC, I don't think any one of them are different. They are just, they are the same how I see all of them. So the same way I see the Democrats and Republicans, and I'm guessing it's the same thing you were trying to say, that they are
Yeah,
not there for us, right?
they are not
Yeah,
there for us.
yes.
Can I
But
ask you?
what I want to what the I think the place that I'm a bit confused is how you were talking about, um like, because you tied a lot of things together. I'm not sure how all of all of that, like, how did he get to the hair part?
The
Like, I
hair part.
understand having a hair conversation on its own,
Mm,
but I don't understand, like, the link for this particular topic is what I'm saying.
yes, I think is a fair question. The link is being self-conscious of whom you are. And the idea, because what she's saying to us, because everybody was saying, oh, she's brainwashed, she doesn't like herself, and all the rest of it. But she even went, and the last video you played was of her talking about her child, telling
Mm.
her that she doesn't like her own hair. Why does she expect any different from the child? So, and she's talked about how that broke her. This is something we seem to forget, and the reason why she is able to say that, because she is trying to be honest with some of this stuff that she's saying. And I just feel like the way we approach, that's why she's saying we have victim mentality. The way we approach something, we are not as conscious of what we are doing ourselves to
Mm.
damage our own people. That's what she's trying to highlight. And I think that's why I highlighted the hair part, that we are not conscious that some of the stuff we are doing ourselves, it's easy to criticize her on the other side, but you are doing it to your own children, and nobody is even questioning you. And most women are not questioning each other about it. And she's highlighting it. Married to a
Okay.
white man. Unbelievable.
Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from. And in a way, it's like digressing from like, which is okay. And this is not me saying that it's not something I want to talk about, but like it's that one is a conversation on its own, which of course we can have right now, even I don't mind. But the conversation of cotton picking is another one
I
on its
agree.
own. And the one about her political stand is another one on its own. But
Yes.
like I think my where I'm having a problem now is like the correlation. But there was a point you said where there was a point you said that and I want to say before I forget, and I want to say yes, somebody can be that's saying that a clock is
A broken
right two
clock is
times in a
right.
day. Yes, a broken clock is right two times in a day, right? So yes, she might have done, not might, she did do what she did with the cotton picking video and some of the other things that she has said. But at some point, we can say, oh yes, she's wrong here and she's right here. That's what you're saying, Ba, to Niger.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She used a trope that racists use against black people
Mm,
as a way just to get views, which is
mm-hmm.
wrong.
Yeah.
You see, so but the reason why she's able to do that, because if you are conscious of yourself, like me now, when somebody says that to me, I will just first I will react, but I will look, okay, I will know what it's all about. Like some people will talk about how she's just trying to harvest, outrage or whatever. So I will just see it for what it is. I'm not going to overreact to it. The one that I'm more concerned about actually is the one that the video, the pictures you showed of white people doing it, even amongst themselves, without a black person being amongst them. You can
Yeah.
argue that maybe the black person has some kind of weird relationship with white people. Sometimes they accept that nonsense from their white friends. But when there's no
Mm,
white person around, when there's no black person around, that one I even find more disturbing, because
okay.
that is targeting us. It's like blackface, isn't it? Blackface thing and all this stuff that they do. So that is a very, very racist thing to do. And she's playing on it. And that is wrong. It's just wrong.
Right. So would you say that the one they do when it's a white person doing it separately is worse than when that the one she did?
Yes. Because if it's like a black person calling another black person the N word, is
Mm,
different than when a white person within themselves start calling black people N word. You will know they are using it in a pejorative way. You see what I mean? And the
yeah.
way those people had it in those pictures was clear. They were trying to be pejorative about it. The fact that they feel confident enough to be doing it in the American space right now should be concerning to the
Mm,
black community. That's what I
okay.
see.
Okay, I want you to be clear on something. Right now I cannot even quote exactly what you said. I'm not even sure I totally understand what you meant when you said it. But there was a point where you were talking about how she was speaking against the Democrats, and the way you said it is as if, oh, she was, because she was not speaking against one against the two of them, she was speaking for one of them, or at least for Trump. Let me not say maybe the party, she was speaking at least for Trump and policies, right? So would you say the way she spoke there, it's okay? Or I just want to be clear.
Um, I see it as wrong. I don't agree with her that she believes in Trump. Um, but so do I not agree with Democrats believing in this in black people believing in Democrats. So that's the difference. Because so many of our community way towards Democrats, and is just one of the few weighing towards Republicans. So it appears she's more wrong from the way people perceive it. But I see both of them as actually wrong from the way they approach politics. She is brainwashed to believe in Christianity clearly, and she believes in her Christian values strongly, and she believes that Trump, based on policy, will fulfill this is what she wants to see in our society. You can see her reasoning, just like a lot of black people that believe that Democrats is going to favor them, give them more opportunities in the country, give them a leg up in terms of education and whatever else that they believe in. They believe in those things. So, and they are following Democrats because of the policies they believe the Democrats are going to give them. But the Democrats, I guess the Democrats is giving them something in terms of freedom. But remember, everybody, everything that they give to the black community, they give it to everybody else. So in reality, whenever Democrats pass any law, it actually favors, they are passing it for the white people. They're not passing it for black people. Same thing for the Republicans. But the difference between her and the Democrats is that she's at least honest enough to know that, to say that it's about religion. It's about her family values. That's why she's doing it. So personally, when I look at it, I disagree with her because we all know Trump doesn't care much for black people, and I'm not sure she's even doing it because she cares for black people. She's doing it because of her religion. Democrats, people that support Democrats, tend to believe that Democrats care, or at least we do something for black people. For me, I'm not seeing it. All. Maybe there's a trick that they are playing, but I'm not seeing it in the black community. Black people are still at the bottom of the totem pole in the American space, and the continent is no better off for it. So if anything, if we look into the records, Democrats are quite diabolical in so many ways. They were in office when the First World War, Second World War, Korean War. Also, these guys they talk as if they are peaceful people, but they tend to be very very warlike, even for Africa too. I just mentioned Rwandan War, Libya, June 12th, when things get bad for us, they tend to be the ones manning it. And they are supposed to be on our side. African Americans vote these people overwhelmingly. Even Nigerians that go there now vote them overwhelmingly too. What have they done for us? I ask. That's why I don't see so much difference between both sides. That's my way of looking at it anyway. I might be wrong, but that's it.
Okay, Sister Ikenga, there was something you wanted to say something before earlier, so I don't know if you want to quickly go before I let Superspace have the floor.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask to Niger whether or not he's in the states, and if he's planning to vote. I don't care about who you're voting for. I'm just curious if you're in the states and if you're like a if you're
Um, no, I'm not in this state, unfortunately. I wish I was there. I will find a black candidate to vote for, but I'm in the UK. Yeah, I'm not in the States.
okay, because I was just curious just to see because I'm just wondering about like the thought process of like actual voters. No, but I actually agree with you on the point that both, even though I am a registered voter in the United States, I do agree with you that both parties are not good for us anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like not necessarily African Americans, but Africans, um, like Africans should have to be self what's the word self interested or self
Yeah,
empowered.
yeah.
We have to,
So a kind of I call it
what's
selfish.
the English word?
Um,
Yeah, we have to create our own way, right?
yeah, self
That
interest.
yeah, we have to create our own way essentially.
Yeah,
And it's and not really not look to these powers to be our salvation. Period.
yeah.
That's my own stance. That's my own stance in all of this, on all of these things anyway. So so looking at either one of them as like their flaws and trying to be like, picking at which one is the better and saying that one is going to be our salvation is not the way forward in my book. So
Mm.
I'll give the floor to Super Pace or to Ivia.
Okay, I would like to give Superspace the opportunity to speak now, but before we get there, I want to quickly thank Sabaria Faye for the super chats. Thank you very much. And Kanda Lynch, thank you very much for the super chats. I appreciate you guys. So now, if Super Space is still there,
Hello.
hi sis, good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you
Um,
for coming on.
Thank you. You're welcome. I want to agree with the brother on a lot of things that he says. But where I'm going to focus is on the last clip when she said that it broke her that her daughter doesn't love herself because she sees that her mother doesn't love herself. And then it explains a lot of what the other videos are about. When you don't love yourself and I am your reflection, you can't love me. If what you see in the mirror you don't like and I look like you can't like me because I look at her and she's very beautiful to me. In my eyes, she's beautiful. Her hair is beautiful. Her skin is beautiful. But she doesn't see that. So, whatever somebody tells her or their perception of her, she can buy into it because she doesn't know herself and she doesn't love herself. So she has no understanding of who she is, a real history of who she is and who she comes from. So whatever somebody say, okay, you're supposed to be this way, you are this way, then she could easily be warped into that because I know who I am and I know where I stand, and nobody could make me do anything for money that is gonna put me in a light where my people are gonna question, like, where does your loyalty stand? Who do you stand with? Because trust me, any way you can be pulled to ridicule yourself, people will find a way to do it and make you look like you're maybe a sellout, but she doesn't think she is. But she knows what she's doing. She's very smart. She's intelligent, believe it or not, because she knows there's an audience for what she's saying. The tropes that she used in her video draws a lot of people who believe, who their perception and their belief about black people or exactly what she's saying. And she's saying, like, oh, it's so simple, I have cotton on my land and I use it. And that in itself is, nothing is wrong with that. And she knows that. But she knows it's triggering and also pandering at the same time. She's not stupid. And the views equal revenues. And that's the American way. It's the almighty dollar. So when I see her video, I'm like, okay, because I'm looking at a very beautiful young lady. I'm looking at a beautiful black woman, but I don't think she sees that in the mirror when she looks in the mirror. So I'm not surprised. These are the things that she says, and these are the trope that is warped in her mind because if you understand the true is American history, African history, globally, you'll understand that, yeah, this is a sensitive topic. It doesn't have a good legacy. It doesn't have a good connotation. And you're making it to be nonchalant and there's nothing wrong with what you're doing when your revenues are ching all the way to the bank. We know, sis. We see what you're doing. It's okay. But if you truly understand and love yourself, and I'm not going to send any hate to her. In fact, I'm going to send love to her because I think she needs some of that. She needs some of that because some of us don't believe that we're loved and we don't believe we're worthy of being loved. It's amazing how much of us believe that we need validation from others to be beautiful, to be great. As the sister said that spoke before me, she said we when they took Africans out of the continent, they came with skills. They a lot of them were well educated. A lot of them have knowledge of plants and herbs and medicine and how to treat the mentally ill, how to treat broken bones. So this idea that we came primitive and we were savages and they had to the white man's burden was to save us. A lot of us know that bullshit. That's a lie. We know exactly because I could just see someone walking on the street and I'm like, mm-mm. And my spirit is like, keep it pushing, leave that alone. And another person, another black person was like, look at me like, did you see that? Did you catch that vibe? So we are inherently spiritual. We are of this earth. We have a deep connection with this earth. And if we understand who we are, the perceptions of others and their belief that who we think we should be wouldn't even affect us. But we have to teach this to our children so they could understand you're the first. We were walking this earth before there was anybody else. How can we be here thousands and thousands of years ago and the ones that came after us that learned from us are the ones that are now saying that they educated us, they civilized us. You came and saw civilization. You documented it. It's in your libraries. It's in your museum. In fact, it's you took so much of it that you try to clean it out of Africa, and then you turn around and said, "Oh, we civilized you. We educate." Really, really. Scholars are now coming out and admitting that we civilized Europe. We educated them. They came to Africa. They came to Timbuktu. They came to Mali to be educated. And then they turn around and act like we're the savage. We were the uneducated ones. But if you don't know these things and someone come to you and said, this is who you are, you're going to be like, really? I didn't know that. But if you could stand 10 toes down and say, you do not get to tell me who I am. I know who I am. I know who I believe I am. Your belief, your perception, I don't need it. Thank you. And I don't think she has that. I think she's still searching for herself. And if you don't love who you see in the mirror, you can't love your reflection. And that's me and that's you. So when she hears the trope and the racist trope, as the brother said, there's videos of white people without black people in it with the same cotton picking thing. It's like they always have to say, look, we owned you. Look, we had you in bondage before. My people, and some of them even do say, my people owned your people. No, darling, you didn't own me. You can never own what God creates. You can't. You will try, but you can't. And it's sad to watch her video and knowing that she's playing into these things. But I also can see that, well, the self love is not there. Because if you don't love yourself, you cannot have a strong sense of self. And if you don't have a strong sense of self, when you see others that looks like you can't relate. You won't be able to identify that. There is a God-given connection there. You could try as hard as you try. There's a God-given connection there. And unfortunately, I think she's choosing money over self. It's sad. It's really sad. But I have no hate for her, so that's my 2 cents. I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much, Super Space. You really did bring on here a lot of enlightened comments and thoughts. We appreciate you. But I wanted to ask you because
Mm-hmm.
this is something I was thinking. And I think I wasn't going to go down this route before, but in a sense, since you touched on it, the lack of self love, it prompted me to want to ask: do you think it's possible that there is a correlation between the fact that maybe I shouldn't call it the fact, the possibility. I mean, she said it in her video. These days, you to say something these days without having to say this possibility, facts, allegedly, and all these things, you can get. But anyway, she touched on it in her video that she struggled with her hair and she doesn't like her hair. And you piggybacked on that and you spoke on it as well. So it has me wondering, is it possible that maybe because of these reasons, that's why it's possible that she even chose to be with the person that she chose to be with, which again, for the opting time, not that I really care, but like there are certain beliefs that we have about ourselves and about the
Mm-hmm.
world in general, of course, that drives us to make some very specific decisions and gravitate towards some very specific things. So do you think maybe that's something that's at play, or maybe again it could just have been coincidence? But do you think it's possible that that's something that's at play because she doesn't really like herself like that or her hair? She
Mm-hmm.
probably went with the person she went with in an attempt to get rid of that or make sure her kids don't have this thing that she has. Because I know that's a thing that some people struggle with. I think I've seen it, maybe one or two clips here and there of guys specifically. I think I've seen black guys that say because they don't like themselves, they don't
Mm-hmm.
like their complexion, they don't like their features, they don't like their hair. So they go with non-black people because they don't want their kids to look like them basically. So they think that's something that's possibly at play with her.
It could be, and I'm going to elaborate. Because when you can't see beauty within yourself, you have to go outside. When you think, I'm not beautiful, I'm not good enough, maybe nobody's going to love me the way I am, you try to go out there. Ah, does this one love me? Does this one sees me as beautiful? And you're grasping for validation to see who is going to affirm who you are and if you are worthy. And if there's and you have to understand also that there is this constant, just this constant need to always speak on, downplay, and degrade the black woman at every turn. Her hair is too coarse, her lips are too big, her nose are too wide, and her skin is too dark. There's always a need to put in forefront and in focus what the physicality of the black woman is, and if it's beautiful and if it's worth celebrating. And when you can't find it in your own space, you might go outside to seek it. And the minute someone says, oh, you're the kind of black person that is wonderful, if every black person were like you, because you've heard that before. Other people said, oh my goodness, you're so nice, you're one of those. And it's just so insulting. But the thing is, when you, as I said, when you don't know who you are, you don't have a sense of self, that love that you have for yourself, and that you look for it in those that resembles you go elsewhere and you will search for it. And the minute that you get it, you clutch onto it and say, oh yeah, 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 I'm loved, I'm wanted, even if it's by others. See, I'm worth being accepted, especially when the standard of beauty is not your own and you're being accepted from the group which the standard of beauty is. So you're like, oh, if they are the standard of beauty and I am worthy of their love, then I must be beautiful. So it's that desire to get validation outside. And it's not that she was probably taught that as a child, but socially in society, you get so much come at you that, oh, you're too dark skinned. Oh, only if you were a little bit lighter. Oh, if your hair wasn't so coarse. Oh, if your nose was. I'm like, I'm black. I'm gonna have big lips. I'm gonna have big nose. Yeah, I know. Uh huh. And I love it. Yeah, I have dark skin and light skin in my family, and I love every shade. I love it. It fills my soul when I sees it. It's like I'm just getting sunshine to my soul when I see it. But if you don't have those feelings when you see yourself in others, then you're gonna be searching. So there is a strong correlation with the fact that she is with she choose to be with a partner that is a Christian and seems to be also a Republican. And you have, I noticed that when black men and women are married to Republicans, this behavior is, I don't want to offend anybody, but I've seen it. Oh, yeah, your partner is white and they're Republican. You see it in the Democrats also, but it's more prevalent when they're married to Republicans. I don't know why, but it's in both part. It's in both side because as the brother said, same snake, two heads. It's the same snake with two heads. One is biting you from the back, and one is straight up letting you know that if you come here, I will bite you. That's just the way it is. But I think she needs to do a lot of work on self and really, as she said, really open to the journey of loving herself as a black woman with the skin she's in, with the hair she has, with the nose she has. And that way she could understand that what she's saying is offensive and why people that looks like her find it offensive. But she's looking at, oh, I'm telling my story and I'm making money at the same time. I'm not here to say don't make your money, but understand exactly what is it you're doing and how it affects people that looks like you. You understand? So I've seen people who are married to or in interracial marriage and they understand that yeah, I just can't say and do certain things because people are looking at my partner and saying, "Oh, that is because I'm with someone of another race." But it shouldn't take that to you should already love yourself and don't need validation from any other group. Because as the brother said previously, like honestly, nobody's gonna come to a rescue. Nobody's gonna love us. No, I will that's a hill I will die on. Nobody is going to come rescue us. No one is going to love us like the way we can love each other. Nobody. And I will that's a hill I'm willing to die on. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they do. I'm telling you, I've met black people all over the globe and I could just instantly vibe with them. So if we didn't love each other and we hate each other so much, we'd be fighting amongst strangers. But no, it's not true. The message is out there that we don't like each other. And when you see black people do these things, immediately we're like triggered. And so we want to like, oh my goodness, that's a sellout, that's a this, that's a that, and let's attack them. It's views for sure, and it's traction to her page. But at the same time, I'm just gonna disengage with that and I'm just gonna send love because obviously she needs it. And she needs it so she could give it to her children. Because some of them look more black than white. It is what it is. Some of them are of darker skin and the society will see them, oh, this one looks more more black. This one looks a little bit more like her father, white. Society's going to see it, whether we want to or not. They're going to see that they have to go out in this world. And if they don't have the confidence to stand on their 10 toes and said, yes, this is who I am, and I love myself, and I love my mother, and I love her race, and nobody's going to, not because I am of mixed race, nobody's going to tell me about who I am. But you can't do that unless you know who you are. You can't. So when you hear certain things that, oh, like just a little out of the bracket, oh, reparation, oh, should we give black people reparation? Like, hell yeah, they're old, what are you talking about? Everybody has got reparation. Oh, are they going to spend the money wisely? Who cares? You want to go to the liquor store and waste all your money? Do so. It's yours. Nobody question other people when they get their money. Nobody. Whether they invest, whether they save it. And there's just so much financially educated black people who are out there. If you go on YouTube, if you go on Instagram, there's so much people out there in the black community that teaches you money and how to invest your money. That could help you if you want to do that. So it's quite insulting, like, oh, we don't know what to do with our own money. But when we work for it, nobody tells us. But they think that a reparation is a handout. I don't care what you think it is. Sign the check. I don't care if homeboy's gonna go to the liquor store. Sign this check. And I'm gonna stand on that. I'm not encouraging him to waste his money. I'm not encouraging um, just wasting the money. But the information is out there. The education is out there. Black people are not stupid. Not all of us is gonna waste our money. So sign the check. What are you talking about? It's the same thing. I know who I am. I'm not gonna jump on the bandwagon like, oh, yeah, really, what are they gonna do with the money? Sign the check. That's all I'm interested in. Oh my goodness, a black woman was doing this. Da da da. Was she committing a crime? No. Leave her alone. I'm gonna stand on that hill until the day I die. When other race do it, it's ush ush. Oh my goodness, he was having an emotional time. He was the. Why we never get the benefit of the doubt? Why not? Well, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. That's what we need to do. Give each other the grace and the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to stand on that one because everybody else is tearing us down. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt all the time until you prove otherwise. Oh, black woman, do this and that and that. And did she work for her money to do this, this and that? Yeah. Okay. She hurting anybody? No. Keep proceed. Don't come to me with that mess. Oh, black people, you cannot come to me with anything. Oh, black people did this in slavery, during slavery. Oh, and oh, black people help other black people. Don't come to me with that mess because I'm doing the work to get the information to know the history and what the context was and what was behind it. So I'm saying, if you don't understand who you are, you will believe the perception of others about who you are. No, 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 no. Because I don't see anybody going around and say and condemning the Ku Klux Klan. They probably have grandfathers that were in the Ku Klux Klan, uncles, fathers, and others. They don't go around condemning them. But as soon as a black person do something, everybody's ready to condemn. Everybody. I'm like, wait, we don't get any grace? What's going on here? So no, 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 no. Mm-mm. You have to stand. You have to understand that nobody is going to have your back. Nobody is going to look out for you. Nobody's going to love you like you. And that includes others that looks like you. And the message goes like, oh, no, 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 no. Black people don't really love each other because this and this happened. It happened in every group. Every group you could see similar story because we're all people. What can happen in this group can happen in another group, but they don't throw each other under the bus. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. No, wrong person. I'm not saying I'm going to support somebody who's committing crime and being an havoc and creating chaos. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I'm not just going to tear somebody down just because. Uh-uh. And even when I get my evidence, I do my business in private. I do my thing in private. I have to say what I have to say with the person who commit whatever they commit, and I keep it just like that, because they don't tear down theirs. Oh, he was emotionally unstable. He lost his father. He was going through so much. We don't go through so much. We don't go through it. Really? 500 years we've been going through it. 500 years and we're still going through it. Our riches, our resource, everything, humans, everything have been stolen from us. We don't go through it. We have to deal with so much, and yet we have to fight against each other. No, no, no. I'm not joining that party. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it because I'm looking at myself when I see somebody as black. I'm looking at a family member. I'm looking at a cousin. I'm looking at a friend. Wherever you are in this world, you look like somebody that I know or I've seen down the street. I could point out similarities and difference, but oh, she looked like somebody I know. Oh, oh, she looked like a cousin I know. Yeah, that's how they see each other. I noticed like they're crossing the street and the cars they slow down. They see each other. You think they see us? Ah, please. You think they see us? They drive by like we don't even exist sometimes. And I'm not standing on business? Come on. Come on. Come on. Nobody is coming to save us. And I wish we could understand that. You and I, and that's it. You and I. Doesn't matter what anybody says, start putting that in your head. You and I. Find your people amongst your people and go. Not everybody's gonna be your friend. We know that. Not all not all skin folks are kinfolk. That's why you find your people amongst your people and you go. Because they're gonna tell you, oh, you're not worthy. Oh, you're not worthy of love. You can't achieve. You can't do this. And the only reason why they say that is they know your greatness. Because their ancestor came and saw how great you are. And it didn't leave. It's in your DNA, it's in your blood, and it's in your bloodline. And when you start believing that, fearless, fearless, no fear. There's good and bad people in every race, in every race. But remember, you and I, that's it. That's it. Nobody's coming to save you. Yeah, you have allies and you have friends, but they're saving themselves. They're looking out for themselves.
Can
You
I
don't.
can I just add something? Are you Jamaican? I'm just curious because I'm getting this inflection that indicates that you're Jamaican.
Yes, I am.
Okay, see, let me say something. There is one group on the face of the planet that seems to be loyal to the black race or the continent than any group. For some reason, Jamaicans see it beyond most groups, including the people on the continent. I don't know why. I don't know how you guys manage to do it. Like if you meet a Rastafarian today, they are clear.
Mm.
They don't waver. They
Mm-mm.
are clear. Their focus is straight. And I have to give it whatever has happened in Jamaica that has created some of these people that can see beyond, some of the stuff that gets some of us a little bit distracted. Um,
Mm-hmm.
may it remain. And I have to say, some of the stuff you've said has a lot of deeper wisdom. and that people should pay attention to, because what she's talking about goes beyond the parties now. Talking
Mm,
about how you have to recognize your own and work with the ones that are looking to work with you. And
exactly.
I share similar opinion, and I have to say, this is why if I say Jamaican anyway, I don't know, maybe it's a stereotype now. I always give them the benefit of the doubt first, because if you are marching into any kind of struggles, you are more likely to be sure-footed with one of them. And I really appreciate what you've got to say.
Thank you. I appreciate you too. I think we have this approach that we have to stand up for each other and stand firm. The likes of Marcus Garvey teaches us that we are great and we could do great things. So that confidence resonates in everything we do, and it and we put it out there to our fellow brothers and sisters on the continent and around the globe. And there was and especially in the music, reggae music, the likes of Bob Marley, the likes of Peter Touch, they always remind us of where we're coming from and who we are as a people and how great and strong we are. And never stop fighting, never stop putting the message out there that you are great, you have greatness in your DNA, and stand on it. You are great, you have greatness in your bloodline. Walk and talk like you do. When I go to work and they said, "Oh, how do you do that?" I said, "Because I'm black. It's in the blood, baby. It's in the DNA. It's not my fault. It's the ancestors." And
Do
people
you
will
mind if
look at me like I'm
do
shocked.
you,
They're shocked. And I'm like, no, no, say it. Say it with your full chest, too.
yeah, Super Pace, do you mind if I circle back to something that you said earlier? Because there was, because you've gone far from it, but it was something that I wanted to talk about before, but I wanted to let you were spitting, so I wanted to let you finish. You know what I'm saying? So
Thank you.
you said something about the lady in the video and her daughter,
Hmm.
and the fact that her daughter feels self-conscious because she feels self-conscious, and the self-love that we have to show her love because this and that or whatever. And I wanted to say something because obviously, like, the elephant in the room, I mean, it's not the elephant in the room, but obviously, like, I'm thinking about the fact that I'm currently wearing a wig, and
Hmm.
my hair is natural, but I'm wearing a wig at the same time. But at the same time, every time y'all talking about the hair thing, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, damn, this is quite an opportunity for me to wear my wig. But the truth of the matter is this: in America, there's a lot of reasons why people wear wigs or weaves or things of that nature. Some people straight up do have
Hmm.
low self-esteem. That's just true. Some people do. But some people
Hmm.
is convenience. A lot of people is convenience.
Yes.
They have us working
Yes, of course.
nine to five. Some people work double shifts. Some people
Hmm.
we're working around the clock, and
Hmm.
people just don't have time to manipulate style. I mean, if you
Hmm.
have dreads or you wear braids, some or styles that last longer, it's easier and things of that nature. And sometimes it's about like wanting to fit in and have something that, but sometimes it's just easier to like throw on a wig or whatever. Like for this situation, my hair is currently cornrowed down, so I was like, oh, I want to get on the video with EVS, so let me throw on one of my close by wigs
Of
and
course.
get on the live stream, right?
Hmm.
But my thing about it is that this woman clearly, she's talking about the fact that her daughter is feeling this way, and her
Hmm.
husband is of a certain persuasion because he's Caucasian.
Hmm.
So my thing is that I grew up in both African American circles, and I went to college with predominantly white school and things like and for university. Um, and I noticed that a lot of times you'll see a lot of how do I put this delicately? Um, You see a lot of people who have a tendency to you'll see certain weird things when you get around certain types of people. Like, to say that
Yes.
somebody has self-hate is not a small thing. There are some people who will literally go up to somebody who has Caucasian hair, and or like the hair of this type of hair, right? And they will literally want to stroke it and like be like, oh, I want to have children with hair like that. And it's like fetishized. They want to procreate people who have hair like that because they hate the hair on their own head so much.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who are like their eye color. They want to breed it out of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's that bad for some people. Like, they really don't like the way that they look. They want to breed it out of themselves. That's why some people result to plastic surgery. That's why some people result to all kinds of different things.
Yes.
And so it's actually quite sad the extent that some people will go to. So the fact that this woman is saying this, her daughter probably heard things around, because children don't just pick up things by out of thin air, right? It's not just as simple as, you people still hearing me? Because my camera went off. I don't think it's just as
Yes.
simple as her mother was wearing wigs, and so all of a sudden she was like, because there's a lot of black women who wear wigs and the children who
Yes.
don't grow up because their mothers have healthy conversations with them about their hair. Their mothers wash their hair, style their hair in different ways other than weaves, right? So since they were children, their mothers sometimes have their hair in braids, sometimes have their hair in cornrows, sometimes have their hair in other things. So they know that there's a lot of things that they can do with their hair. And she said her automatic defense when she was on that camera was, "Oh, my hair is difficult to manage. So I have to do this." And my daughter was, she was saying all these things that were like, should have been red flags to any black woman who actually does manage her own hair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because she clearly doesn't. Like, she clearly has this like ingrained thing. Um, there's clearly a history of something going on in her that was coming out, and she probably says things around the house, probably says things around her husband, probably says things around her daughter that her daughter picked up on, and that started getting reflected back to her. And that's the thing about having children. A lot of times children become mirrors and start reflecting back to you, and eventually you start to see yourself in your children, and then you start to want to do things. And that's the reason she cut her hair. And earlier, Tunai just said, "Oh, I like the fact that she cut her hair, blah 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 blah." But the thing about it is, a lot of black women cut their hair all the time. I don't think that's anything to applaud in her. That's something that that's a phase that most of us go through, because sometimes we just are just like, you know what, it's time to cut it off. India Ari cut it off. Jill Scott cut it off. Erica Badu cut it off. Everybody, we all do it. I cut my hair off once. I've cut my hair off like 3 times before. Like, and and this wasn't just in boarding school when I went to Nigeria secondary school. I cut it off just one day. I was like, oh, I'm going to cut my hair off. And I cut it, and I made a video about it. Then I cut it off again. It happens. We all do it. Democrats, Republicans, in Nigeria, in America. It's a black woman thing. So the
Mm-hmm.
fact that she happens to be this Republican cotton picking woman who's married to a white guy who decided to cut her hair off, it's just part of the black woman thing. It's part of the package, okay? It's nothing to clap about. It's nothing to give her applause about. She's just
I'm
doing what we
sorry,
do.
I'm not sure. I
But
actually,
but Ikenga, the way you said Republican cotton picking, I nearly
uh,
died.
I, I didn't exactly highlight whether
Brother,
she
hold
cut her
on.
hair. I didn't even know she cut her hair. What I
Brother,
heard
brother,
was
hold
that
on.
she was okay. Go ahead.
1 second. I'm gonna tell you something. There was a time in American period where black women used to do these elaborate styles with their hair that garnered the attention of everyone, that they were banned on showing their hair. So
Uh, she
It's
muted herself. You are
okay.
muted.
Hi. Yes, sorry about that. So, so what I'm saying is that there's been so much effort on putting a stigma that our hair is ugly. Our hair cannot grow. Our hair is difficult to manage. And that story has been coming down the pipeline for so many years that we start buying into it. So there was a fear that if you cut your hair as a black woman, you won't be beautiful, especially if you're dark skinned. And I'm just telling the truth as it is. You won't be beautiful because you have full lips and broad nose and no hair. So you're automatically not beautiful. You cannot be a black woman with short hair, with coarse and kinky hair. It's not beautiful. So there was always this fear that when you cut your hair, something, you're no longer beautiful. And today women are saying, you know what? I'm going to liberate myself and I can cut my hair and I can regrow my hair and I can free myself. So it's sometimes it's deeper than just skin deep. And as she said, she was tired of the wigs and she just tired of what it represent and cut the hair. I'm gonna tell you a personal story. When I was taking my kids to school, I was just throwing away quick, because I wanted to keep it cute. And then one day, a child asked my daughter, "Why don't you have hair like your mother?" So you don't have to give children the impression you don't like yourself. They're seeing things for themselves. The only difference is they're small. They're not yet fully developed, but they're human beings. And they observe the world just like we do. And they observe others the way we do. And when she said that, it made me reflect. And I'm like, no, no, no. I want my daughter to see herself in me and sees that she resembles me. And I'm like, nope, we got to go. And I'm not saying you should do as I do, and I'm not saying you can't wear your wig. Black women, keep it cute. I'm here for you. Keep it cute. If your braid is what keep you cute, keep it cute. If your wig is what keep you cute, keep it cute. As I said, I stand 10 toes on that. You're not gonna catch me slipping. Nope. Whatever makes you feel beautiful, I am here for it. I buy into it and I sell it. As long as you know inside that you love who you are and you love what reflects of yourself, go ahead. But when you says I don't like my hair, it's not manageable, that means you have bought into the things that were said about you. And it goes back to what I said. What other perceive of her, she's already bought into it. So she sees her hair as not manageable, it's not beautiful. I'm telling you, like, I look at black women are like chemists. They're mathematician with these braids and these hairdo that they do. And you're like, how the hair is symmetrical. You have to be a mathematician to pull that off. And I'm like, the hair looks so gorgeous. You could take a black person's hair and line it up against everybody else, and you could tell who is who. We stand out. We stand apart. You can't expect greatness to look like the others. It doesn't make sense. Greatness has to be by itself and be apart, stand out, and look different. You
Yeah.
can't
Can I
expect.
say something, please?
Hmm.
First of all, I want to give kudos to everybody. This conversation is so interesting. Me, I just sat here, just taking everything in. Like, I don't know it was going to take this turn, but I'm loving the turn. Now that we're on the topic of hair, I think for one, it's sensitive for some people, and I feel like for given where we are coming from, our history. Okay, not our history, like all the history, but the history of like colonization and slavery.
Hmm.
I mean, we for those of us that know, we know how we got here and how our hair for the wig aspects, why that is part of our culture, the straight hair culture for wigs and wigs. And for one, as I don't think the majority of us had to go through this journey,
Mm-hmm.
and it takes some of us longer than others to get to that point where we're like, you know what, I'm not doing this ever again. I don't care. And then we throw the weeks out. I too, as an African woman, I too, as a Black woman, it's a journey that it's something that I did. The wearing of the weaves and the weave. And I started pretty early. I started when I was 17. After secondary school, my first weave I got was from a family member, my aunt. And she gifted me this weave as, oh, congratulations, now you are done with secondary school. That's how I started wearing weaves. I mean, we used to wear back then once, like during the Christmas celebration, because there's this culture we used to have where during Christmas you are, allowed to do certain hairstyles that you cannot do on a regular. So that was a thing. So I think about once or twice, maybe I wore weaves. But it wasn't something I was doing when I was in like secondary school. It wasn't something that I was doing constantly. But after secondary school, now I'm allowed to wear weaves however I want. And I got gifted my first weave at 7. So from 17 to like 20s, maybe 25, I used to wear wig. Even older, I used to wear weave because you grow up, that's what you see everybody's doing. Your mom is a weave wearer, your aunts are weave wearers, your neighbors wear weave, the lady on TV wear weave. So that's the norm. So of course you are from this society. Nobody's no at first I didn't even know the history. I remember when I first when I first not encounter when I first saw white people, I thought they were wearing wigs. I didn't know that was their hair. I thought everybody globally wore weaves. That's the thing. And that was like maybe when I was in primary school. On TV, that's how I first saw white people. So they are wearing straight hair. The kids, all of them, the Asians wearing straight hair. My aunt is wearing straight hair. Oh my goodness. I'm going to mute you for now. There's a noise coming through echo. So I thought everybody globally was wearing weaves. It was not until I grew up, that's when I realized that, oh, they're not wearing weaves, that's their hair. And even then, at the moment, I really did not care why okay, we were wearing weaves and they weren't. I just thought, oh, okay, if we're wearing weaves and they were not wearing weaves, then why are our hair not like their hair? Why is our hair different from theirs? So it's a journey. And I too started wearing, not seeing a problem with it. It's one of those things. Until one day, I'm not sure what happened on that particular day, but from nowhere, I just started thinking, wait a minute, why am I doing this? I'm not sure till date, I'm not sure what triggered that question in me, but something did. And I just started wondering why, for no reason. Why am I wearing this hair? They are not wearing hair on their head. They don't have to wear anything. Why am I okay? Maybe if they are wearing, I would not even know they are wearing hair that looks like theirs. Okay, why do I have to do different? So the why question started making me ponder on why I was doing it. And then I started peeling the layers. I went back to like the foundation really. And then I realized I was doing it. I started doing it first of all because I noticed everybody around my community was doing it. That's the culture. So I was born into this culture of is what you do. So if it's not part of our culture the way it is, I don't think it's something we'll be doing. I think right now I want to add that I don't think the problem necessarily is the wigs and the weaves. Um, or maybe the thing. I don't think the main issue here, if for those that consider it an issue, is the wigs and the weaves necessarily. I think is the texture because now I've come to find out that other races of people to wear weaves and wigs. It's just that we don't know because they are wearing weaves and wigs that matches their texture, their hair texture. So it was going back to my story. I no longer wear weaves and weaves. I only wear afro hair now because I've gotten to that point personally. Right? Everybody have it takes some people longer than some. we're all on this journey of deconstructing, going back to who we authentically are and peeling back those layers that were put on us, unfortunately, during colonization and slavery. It took us 500 years plus to get here. It's not going to happen overnight. And I just feel like, while yes, it will be, I personally feel like, oh, sometimes I picture Africa, an Africa where I come out during the day and I see everybody with their beautiful afro. And I just imagine how beautiful that would be right now if that were the case, but it's not. And I understand why that isn't the case because I understand the history. While, yes, I wish we have that, but it's not. And I can only hope for maybe a day where we are all collectively going to get to that point where we don't see a reason to wear a hair that is not like similar to the hair that grows out of our scalp. Because quite frankly, we are the only ones that do that. While yes, I believe it is different for Africans, African Americans or people in America is different to an extent. They have to wear weaves and wig because of the laws and the policing that have to go with black people's hair in America. But we don't have that excuse on the continent. While I give all my people grace, yeah, like I give all of us grace because we need that. But if we want to be like honest with ourselves, on the continent, why are we wearing weaves? Aside from the history, of course. But like, okay, we are free now, as free as we are. We don't have to do it. But even now, still, you find out that on the continent, we make ourselves do these things. When I was in uni, I had this side hustle I used to do where we go and promote drinks for the different brands. We used to work in lounges and bars and clubs like that. So we do promotional job for these people and get their drinks out there. They had requirements for how they wanted. These are Nigerians, not even the brands now making us do these things. They are Nigerians that are putting these requirements on us, the BAs, that's what they used to call us, right? They'll tell you, you have to wear this hair. There was never a point where any one of these people, these agencies told us that, oh, braid your hair, maybe do this, I don't know, carry your afro if you have afro, if your hair is relaxed, carry your hair. No, it was always a requirement of get a nice cute straight wig on or something coily on, or maybe do a ponytail. Even here on the continent, there is that requirement of wear wig. You watch Nollywood movies. Sometimes I cannot. Sometimes I feel like, is this a movie or a wig promotion? Because you look at the actresses, it's like the hair is all over the place. So there is so much to it. That's why sometimes to talk about hair, it's it's just many layers. It took us a very long while to get here, and I don't think that change, it's going to be unfair and unrealistic to expect that people can just like this. It's not possible. First of all, some people have never realized that, you know that question of, okay, why are they doing this? Some people have never asked that question because to them is the norm. They don't see any other way except the way that they are all living. I don't know if you understand, because they were born into it like this. That is how we roll. Basically, we wear weaves. So different people have different reasons why they stop, and different people, or let me say women, different women have different reasons why they stop. Different women came to these realizations at different times and for different reasons. But for me, it was the reason of that question came to me at one point in time, and I was like, I really did not know why I was doing it, and then I started peeling it all back. And another thing that happened to me during that period, just so I can just stop talking because I don't even know if I'm finishing one point if I'm going to the next. Another question that came to me during that journey of getting rid of wigs from my life, at least straight wigs, because now I wear wigs, I just wear Afro wigs. That's it. Was I just started at some point in my life during that period. it just started not making sense to me how our men walk around with one kind of hair and then we walk around with another kind of hair. I don't know how to word it, but it was not just correlating in my brain anymore. That question the what was it, the catalyst for me of why am I doing this. That question was the catalyst, and then other questions started coming up, and then other realizations started kicking in, and then I realized it would not make sense. Probably some people will say, okay, how did you not realize that it did not make sense? But okay, how did you not realize rather before now that you were wearing a wig and then walking around with maybe a boyfriend or something, and his hair is different from your hair? But it just did not make sense to me anymore that if I were to be working with, say, my future husband, for example, or going out on a date, or even on my wedding day, for example, maybe I'll be on my wedding day with another hair on my head. And then my husband, we are supposed to be the same race, but somehow we just have two different hair on our heads. That when it clicked for me, I guess I could see it, and then I could no longer unsee it. And then it became very easy for me to drop it. And then also after realizing that, oh, like this thing doesn't make sense, at least to me, right now, it doesn't make sense to me anymore. I'm not sure I want to promote this. I'm not sure I want to have a kid in the future. And then, because I would love for my kids to have their natural hair if I have any daughters. So how can I make them love this hair if they don't even see it on me? Which is similar to the thing that she shared, the Hannah lady shared in her video. But so to conclude on my, hopefully I've been making some sense here. To conclude on this rambling of mine, um, what I would say is it took us years, hundreds of years for us to get to this point. Unfortunately, this is where we are. Um, it's only going to take deliberate work, some maybe some kind of revolution even for it to for us to unpack all of this. um or maybe we just have to be patient. If there isn't a revolution, maybe we just have to be patient and wait for all of us, the billions of us that exist, to individually get to that point. But it's not going to happen overnight. And I feel like the sometimes when I hear people talk about like um people wearing wigs, especially like guys, sometimes when they talk about how they don't like it, I don't like how the conversation of why that is or how it came about is being lost, because like that's very important in my humble opinion. So I hope I'm able to make some sense here.
Mm,
I
I
feel like
think
I was
what you said about the organization you were working for in Lagos was one of
no, it
because I
was in
saw the
Benin,
video.
not
Yeah, it
Lagos.
was in
But not
Benin.
that,
Okay,
not
yeah.
that it matters. It's the same thing all over the country. But yeah,
Yeah, it was one of those things that it kind of points to where some of this is coming from. Like when I was in Nigeria, most women don't wear wigs the way, like they don't wear foreign women looking wigs. I think that's where the real issue is. It's not about wearing wigs on its own. It's when you are wearing wig that is advertising some other group.
yeah,
It's like walking around saying this other group is better. You are
yes,
basically doing self harm without even knowing it. And
yes.
so that is what I noticed in within the country itself. Most people just wear normal weave, and you will see they are still black. Nobody will see those women and think their hair looks non-black. It's black, and so most of them did. And then when I got on a flight to come back to the West, what I noticed was that most of the women were wearing the foreign-looking weaves. So it tells you that the upper classes is where most of this is coming from, and they themselves don't know. I'm not sure they know what they are doing, or whether somewhere along the line they are buying into something. So it means all those ones that don't wear those type of weaves or wigs, they are aspiring to be successful, and when they become successful, they want to start wearing the type of weaves that these other successful women wear. But
And now that you've mentioned that, we cannot talk about, especially in Nigeria, we cannot talk about the wig wearing culture in Nigeria specifically without talking about Nollywood.
Yeah.
I feel like Nollywood played a very major role in why the wig culture, wig wearing culture in Nigeria, straight hair wearing culture in Nigeria is the way it is. It's so bad now to the point where it's now even tied. It's now even tied to classism. They are being classist with it
Yeah.
to the point where if you don't have a wig or if you don't wear wig or wear certain kind of wigs, you are considered poor, you are considered not
Yes.
classy, you are considered a village girl if you look a certain way, right?
Mm.
So, like, the reason why I cannot, that's why I said earlier, this conversation is very broad. Like, there's so many layers to it. But speaking specifically on Nollywood now, there's this thing I noticed very early when I was younger that they used to do this thing. Back then, it did not, I did not really ponder much on it because I was still really into, like, oh, that's what they do and follow blindly, right? Until when I came out of it or started realized that something is off in the way we are navigating here with our wig wearing. Um, that was when it really dawned on me what Nollywood was doing, which I don't know they are doing if they are doing it intentionally or unintentionally, but they do this thing, and I'm going to say what it is.
It is
Whenever they show a
intentional.
girl that is, whenever they show a girl that is considered from a lowly background or in the village, she's still struggling, they give her this very natural hairstyle all back, like the cornrows all back,
Mm.
or they plait her African threading. They do something very down to earth, for lack of a better term, I would say, with her hair. They give her that very simple look with the all backs or the threads, or just some kind of like maybe akara, those little puffs, right?
Yeah.
And then when she has left the village or left the little city or the little town she's in and has gone to the big city like Lagos or Abuja and have made it, then all of a sudden they slap a wig on her head. Now they have relegated that look, the basically the natural hair look. This is something Nollywood have done and they've stamped it. There is no going. This is the narrative. Every single Nollywood movie has this particular. Okay, Nollywood movie that's talking about like from grass to grace have this particular structure. The girl
Mm.
always have the comely, simple hair, and they've basically tied natural hair to poverty in Nollywood. Let me just call it what it is.
All
Natural
around the
hair
world. Ivy,
is poverty.
can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
All over the world, they advertise it like such. It's intentional. It's intentional. And I'm gonna jump on to another topic, just to kind of bind the two. I watched a documentary about bleaching cream in India, and
Mm,
boldly, when I tell you, I was shocked. Boldly, they advertise a dark skinned girl. She's poor. She's struggling to find a job. She's struggling in life. And the minute she made it, she's light skinned. She's married to a light skinned man and she has
oh,
light skinned children. All of this is
hair.
intentional. What colonization has done globally is intentional. Now we're stuck in this phase. We're not beautiful unless we have a wig on. We're not beautiful and successful unless we have this wig that represents something that we're not. It's intentional. So that's why so many people have issue with it, because it's like, if you love yourself, you could be successful, you could be beautiful with your natural hair. But then you're being bombarded with all of this. Your natural hair is not good enough. Your natural you is not good enough.
So the
It's
point is, to Nigeria is so bad to the point where even pastors are preaching to women on pulpit in Nigeria that they should go and buy wigs.
Wow.
because
It's
that's what's
tied to
beautiful.
it's tied
That's
to
what's beautiful.
success. Yes, it's what's
It's tied
considered
to
beautiful is tied to success, and
yeah,
it's pushed in the media as well. In our black run media, it's pushed in there as well. So it's
of
no wonder
course.
when little girls, primary school young girls, secondary school girls are watching these movies. They are picking up on these things. So it's
Yeah.
no wonder when they grow up and now they can afford it, that's what they gravitate to. Why? Because they told them that, oh, if you know, to be a big girl, you have to have wigs. So to be
Yeah.
considered beautiful, you have to have this hair. So this pastor said, I posted her video on here, one of my one video, I posted it on, and she said, to get a husband, you have wigs. She,
And that
she,
is
she
a
it was,
lie.
it was a
It's a proper
preaching
lie now.
said
And that is
on
a lie. Because if you notice, I'm going to jump on something you say. How can you be walking with a black man and the two of you are the same, but your hair is different from his? It's
yeah.
a lie. They've been telling us, black men have been telling us, no, we love your hair the way it is. Because your hair look like my mama hair. It look like my auntie. It look like my granny. This is the hair I love. So to build a wedge between us, they tell us, no, you're not pretty if you have this here. And then you're believing it and you're buying into it. And the men are like, hey, I said I don't like it. I like the hair you have on your head that God gave you. Everything is done by design and intentional. And I've seen a video, a girl, she said, if I invite you to and it's a sister from the motherland, and she said, if I invite
They're
you,
from
and,
Nigeria. It's from
yeah, and you
Nigeria.
come with your natural hair, don't come. And I'm like,
She said,
wow,
she said in her video, your natural hair, don't bring your natural hair to my birthday party. Your
yes,
natural hair is not for events. Your natural
no.
hair is for anything good, basically. You have to
Wow.
come down with a bone straight, 30 inches bust down, whatever, frontal, kidney, gum all your edges away. They don't care. Just don't come here with how you were created, how you were born.
And the worst thing
So
is,
the thing is
most
deep.
of these wigs, most of these wigs are laced with so much chemical that it's so bad for us. And that is the reason why I stopped wearing them. Because then I'm reading like they're made with plastic that contains the chemical called phthalate, and it just causes damage to the body. And I'm
And
like,
let's not even talk about relaxers and the damages that one does.
that's why everything is by design. And the worst thing on top of that is all these hair care products, and here we don't see 10% of that money. It makes other people rich.
Rich, yes. I saw a video on TikTok where this brother said self-hatred makes people rich.
Yes, yes. Nothing is inherently wrong with wearing the wig. But if it's not a black woman making the wig and she can guarantee me, like, yeah, I use good quality material that won't harm you, I'll pass. Because it has to look like my natural hair that I love so much. You know what I do? I'm kind of weird. My natural hair, when I comb it and the hair that comes off, I keep it. I said if I want a wig, that's what I'm going to make my wig out of. My own hair.
Hmm.
You
Mm.
understand? So there's nothing bad with it. It's where it's coming from. It's where it's coming from. It's who benefit off of this. Who benefits from our insecurity? Who benefits from our self-hate? Who benefits from how we feel? Who's benefiting? If we stop and said, who is making all this money? Who pushes us out of the hair care, the black woman hair care business is $1 billion plus business a year. I don't see no black billionaire running around from ear care products. So
No.
I'm like, then I have to start telling myself, okay, you know what? I'll use my castor oil. I'll use my shea butter.
And maybe because they don't even care, or rather, they don't care about black people. They
No,
just
they
care about
don't.
how much they can
It's
profit for
money.
black people.
It's
So
money.
it's no wonder that a lot of these products are even harmful, because why should they
Uh-huh.
care?
What
They're
should they
harming
care?
a lot. 2 years ago, I found out randomly on TikTok from this video I saw that got reposted from a news channel. They were talking about how black people, black women, um, have the highest number of fibroids.
Hmm.
And
And it's
then, according to this research, they were trying to figure out that it was in the US at least. They were trying to figure out why is it that Black women are having this much fibroids. And then, long story short, they found out that, oh, the only thing that Black women do differently from other races of women, aside from diet, of course, which it doesn't seem like what is causing it, they say, oh, it's relaxers. Black women are the only ones that relax their hair with this toxic chemical that has lye. It's very harmful. It causes cancer, fibroids, and some other ish that we hope our enemies even don't even have. No, talk about us and our friends, right? And this thing causes cancer. I remember, and fibroids. I remember when I first came by that video, I was like, now this makes sense because the number of women that have fibroids in Nigeria,
Even
there is
young ones.
no woman, even young ones. There is no woman. I don't think there is any woman in Nigeria or any girl in Nigeria that don't know somebody that has fibroid, or don't know somebody that knows somebody that have had fibroid or has fibroid at the moment. Personally, as I'm here, I know like 5 people that has fibroid, 5 women
Hmm.
that
Minimum,
has fibroid. One of them is my friend, close friend from uni.
minimum 5 women, you
The,
know.
the minimum, yes. Maybe, and those ones I know them because I've heard from them that they have it. Who knows who else has that I don't know? That's a myth. Like this thing is just like, and when I first came back the video, I was like, wow. First of all, like the smell from that product, like the Americans call it primitive, it's supposed to
Primi-
let us know that we probably should not be bringing that thing anywhere near us. Not talk about putting it in our body because we have pores. Anything we apply on our skin, it goes in. It finds its way into our body, gets to our organs and stuff. So I'm like, okay, why is this thing not banned? If I become president, I swear the first thing I'm banning is relaxers. That
and
thing,
skin
this
bleaching
And then
cream.
the fact that you leave it on until it burns.
oh,
Oh my
yes,
goodness.
that's another way you should know
Oh,
that that thing is bad. If you apply it on you and it can burn your flesh away, we probably should not be doing that.
I don't know if you see the
You want to
the,
know
the
what? You want to know
documentary.
what's bad? When I found out about this, I reached out to my friends because personally I don't relax. Luckily, I did not really grow up relaxing because I don't know. My mom just always hated relaxers. She never liked it. She never told me why. I don't know, but she just never liked relaxers. So growing up, I was natural up until like primary 5 when I decided that I want to cut my hair. So I told my mom I didn't want my hair anymore. She cut it, and then I carried low cuts all through primary school, the rest of primary school and secondary school. It was after secondary school I started growing my hair out again, and at some point after growing it out, I relaxed my hair because now I have control over my own hair, and I saw everybody relaxing their hair. I literally grew up thinking relaxers were like hair cream. You just get them because it's something you need to do. I did not even know what they were doing. I did not know what relaxer. This is again the lack of education we have as a people. We just find out in society they are doing something, and you're like, oh yeah, people are doing it. I guess that's what you do. So I started relaxing my hair. It was not until I carried relaxed hair for like maybe 2 years thereabout. That was the first time I really relaxed my hair. It was not until I somehow randomly came across the natural hair community on YouTube. That was when I stopped relaxing my hair because I just fell in love with natural hair. I did not even know what my natural hair looked like. I
And
didn't
when I
know.
tell you that
And
thing
then,
damaged my natural hair, I
that
had
was
this
how I
head of
started.
hair. Now I
But
wish
this
I had
is going
that
to relax
coarse,
my hair.
thick hair that you have.
Mm,
You don't know how it's a blessing until you lose it. You
hmm.
don't know how
But
everything God give us is a
that's it.
blessing.
Very
Everything.
quickly, let me sorry for cutting you off, but let me just round up what I wanted to say. When I found out about how deadly, how dangerous relaxers were, I started telling everybody around me that this thing stop, it's not good. And this particular encounter stuck with me, and it still saddens me till this day because I told this friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, I told her, see and see and see. I sent her articles, I sent her videos. This thing is bad. I know you want to be a mom in the future. Let's stop now. Better late than never. And this girl told me no, basically. Like, okay, yes, she sees how bad this thing is, but she can't stop because she just cannot not have relaxed hair. And then I asked her directly, I was like, so you are willingly picking having relaxed hair over your health and your ability to have children in the future? Because fibroid is so bad, sometimes you can't have kids.
Yeah.
And she looked me dead in the eye and said yes, that she hopes that God, will make sure she don't have fibroid and she'll be able to have kids. But relaxer is not something that she can stop doing, regardless of how bad she's seeing that this thing is. She's going to block that part of her brain that is, have the information of how dangerous it is now, so she can have relaxed hair. And when I heard that, it was shocking for me, but it just showed me like where we are as a people. And I don't know if I'll put that title of self-hating on her, but I don't think you can love yourself and at the same time be doing something that bad to yourself. I think that's all I would say. And it just shows again where we are coming from as a people and what people will be willing to intentionally risk putting themselves through just so they can have a certain kind of hair.
Yeah.
It was very, or rather should I say, just so they can not be authentically who they are as African people, African children.
Um,
No.
I think I think everybody has stated their, it's correct. I mean, everything that has been said, and I really am learning a lot from your stories and the way you encounter the society when you're growing up. For me, I look at it in terms of our ability to compete and societally the overall outcome, what the effect of what is going on, how it is, how it comes out. And if you look at other people that spend far less on their hair, and our women spend so much on their hair, you can see that that's a competitive advantage for the other side. Because that money, some people spend 1,000. Some ladies say they can even spend $2,000 on their hair. I was like, that money could give your child extra tuition for how many hours, and you stick it on your head, while the other side will use it to do that. So you see how competitively that is not advantageous. Then you look at the fact that you are advertising a standard of desirability of other people, and that, for me, that is even more damaging, because there is not that much in life than your ability to procreate and get to the next generation. And if you kind of promote other cultures and other features as your own, as the desirable one, then you are seriously doing some serious harm to your own lineage. And it's something that we have to watch out for, because the outcome of that is going to be really bad. I've spoken to Nigerian men and asked them what their beauty standard was, and this guy was like, I think the Indians and the Arabs are the most beautiful women in the world. I was like, why? He said because that's how he believes it. Because one, because they are exotic, they are not like what he has every day. You see what I mean? But personally, I told him that I'm not sure that is it, because you are a Muslim, and chances are that your way of thinking comes from the fact that you believe in Islam. Because if you ask the Southerner man, they might choose an Igbo woman instead of the Arab or Indian woman. So it tells you that subliminally we are absorbing a lot of information that is not necessarily beneficial to our own interest, and we have to start understanding these type of things and start trying to change it. I don't blame people that wear these things; they are not aware of the overall impact that they are going to have. Because I feel bad for the young ones that, like, Evie stated it here. She didn't know. Nobody gave her any information. She just did what she had to do. It's just what it is. I did, and so we all did. And it's just that the ones that know have to start changing mindset, and that highlighting that Evie did of Hollywood is quite Nollywood. I mean, it's quite important. It's something that we will be looking at, because from what I've seen in Nigeria, a lot the media, the news media, Nollywood, even a pastor was preaching recently and made a video about what the devil and the angel looks like. The devil is a black man and the angel is a white person. It's like you can't make it up. You are worshiping a god, a religion that makes you look like the devil. Where do you even start from? You can't, you know, does does anyone know about this experiment? I think it's Jane Elliott experiment, the blue eye,
Black
blonde eye experiment. So
yes.
if you cannot start off thinking that your people are worthy, where are you? We walk around in this world with a lot of log, and we are carrying a lot of baggages that is weighing us down. And you wonder why we can't seem to move. So many things that we do to just tie ourselves down. The other people are doing their best. Some of the work they've done in the past, we are carrying it on by ourselves. So, and that is where I come from. And I feel like if we go and target that aspect, because it's not very large, let's face it, it's not very large. Like in Nigeria now, vast majority, the majority of Nigerian women are not wearing those type of hair. If it's just in their head right now, they aspire to it. When when they get there, when they have the
Are you
money, they
sure
forget
to
it.
Nigeria? Have you been when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
I was in Nigeria just last month. So I was in Nigeria last month. So I felt like I saw them on the streets and
Well,
I was like,
well,
whoa.
well, well, the thing I would say is, of course, when you are outside, you might not see
Mm,
everybody wearing wigs or weaves, but you would
yeah.
come by a good number of people wearing weaves or wigs.
Yes. They wear
But
weaves, but
I
the
feel
weaves they
like,
wear makes them
but
look African. That's the
but
difference.
they look African. No, they are straight weaves.
Oh, you mean like the straight one that looks like Indian hair, like
Yeah,
those
the
long.
Indian, the Peruvian, the Brazilian, they're all here and they are straight. It's either straight or it's curly or the wavy ones. You
Oh
you
yeah.
you cannot before you come by an Afro wig in Nigeria, you have to
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm referring to is those type that they plait, where they plait it down to the back of their
yes,
head, the
yes,
hair,
yes.
a
Where
hair,
people braids more, but that doesn't mean
braids.
they don't have wigs. Or if they don't have wigs, it's because they cannot afford it. Trust me, the second they can, that's
Yeah,
what they are.
I agree
That's
with you on that. I agree with you on that. Because when you go to the banks, the ladies you see there, the plaited one is the one they have, and they are still looking black and African. And one thing I noticed recently too was that I feel like when they put these foreign looking wigs on, they take away from the black features. It's very interesting. I showed it to some people, like the same lady that reads the news. She was wearing her the African weave, and then she changed to these foreign stuff. And if you put them side by side, you can see clearly the woman was transformed, and her features suddenly look ugly in the, at least not as good in the, when she was wearing a foreign weave hair than when she was wearing an African weave. And I feel like there is something deeper here going on, that our women are losing something by wearing it. And it's something that is not noticed, because we have our own features, our own natural features that are beautiful out there that we should be. I see them in Nigeria all the time. I see so many beautiful women in Nigeria. It's unbelievable, but I'm not sure they know it as much. And maybe the men too, they are also brainwashed. They are not letting them know as much that, what, it's not that Igbo man is not all that there is. That Indian woman is not all that there is. We have our own. It's just that we've not recognized it enough and embraced it enough to actually show to the world what we are like.
I
That's what
think
I see.
one thing that really I don't know what word I should say now for this, that really should I say pains me the most when it comes to this particular topic is the fact that we are like uniquely created and cut out from every other race of people, from features to hair texture. And unfortunately, or but unfortunately, that uniqueness almost never gets shown and appreciated. So imagine if we all were like showing what we are authentically like. That would have been like, I don't know what word to use to describe it, but we are letting go of that uniqueness. Some of us hate this unique aspect of us, so we cover it up so we can be like the rest. And I just feel like not only are we doing ourselves a disservice, we are also doing the universe a disservice. We are robbing not just ourselves from enjoying and basking in this uniqueness, we are also robbing the universe. I don't know. It just sad. That's all I would say. It's just very sad. And to that point, you were raising about how we look different when we carry like our natural hair versus when we carry um straight hair or whatever other kind of hair. I think I understand what you mean, and I see it. I see it too personally. I don't know what it's about. I guess is I don't know, maybe it's just nature doing its thing. But our natural hair and our natural, essence definitely brings to the room a different aura that I cannot say that I have seen when we wear straight hair. I can't say
Exactly.
I've seen it. The aura is different. There are certain videos I see on TikTok. A few ladies on TikTok that really promotes natural hair, and they walk on the streets. See, the aura is different. The energy is different. They vibrate differently when they walk in. Like you feel it here that someone came in, and I don't see it, and I don't feel it with the weaves.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's about, but I don't.
Yeah. Evie,
Yes.
you remember you and I had the same conversation
Yes,
about the
I remember.
videos that when we are in our most authentic self, with our
Mm,
natural hair, and especially if we adorn ourselves in cultural wears, that
yeah,
it's like the universe shifts. It's like everybody noticed you.
yeah,
You're just a regular black woman dressed in t-shirt and jeans, put a wig on. Nobody will see you. Dress like a African queen. You will see. Everybody will stop and stare.
yeah,
Everybody. There's something magical about us. I'm sorry, it's the truth. That just garners that attention. So anything that can remove us from our natural state and our natural being is just like out there to grab us. I remember a video of a lady. I don't know exactly which country she's from on the continent. And she said, why are we wearing the hair of women who cut this hair off because they're going through struggles and they're going through hard time. So they believe that removing this hair will liberate them from that. Then we take it and put it on our head. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, oh my goodness. She said, we wear the hair of people, Brazilian hair, bust down, and whatever else that's out there, of people who don't even like us. Imagine the energy that comes with that. I'm telling you, I've seen women wear wigs. I'm like, take it off. It makes you look old. Your natural hair make you look way younger. Take it off. Your face change. Your whole aura change. If you wear it once in a while, that's okay. You wear it for your quick stuff. You do your thing. But the natural hair on our head just does something different. We could do whatever we want with wigs and weaves and everything. It's good. I have no problem with that. But when we wear our natural hair, it's just magical. It really does do something to our face. The brother said it perfectly. It just it's just our beauty just radiates that you have to take notice. It's
Can I just add one more thing? About changing the paradigm. Like for a moment, I was thinking, okay, this stuff would take forever to change, but in terms of societally, I think somebody said 10 years can happen in 2 weeks. Societally, sometimes change can just happen like boom, and some once you have a catalytic event occurs and boom, the stuff will just transform. And so it doesn't necessarily mean we cannot transform. The stuff cannot change, the paradigm cannot change, and people start embracing themselves and actually start becoming more self-aware as a people. We are walking around like with our own mental chains right now, and that is the one that is doing more damage than the actual physical one that they put in place. If we start taking those off, you'll be surprised a lot of our problems that will be solved just by those alone. If like in Nigeria now, many northerners are busy thinking, oh, the southerners are like different people, we need to deal with them. And yet in Sudan there are people that are killing black people there because they are Muslims. It's like, how can you not see that these people that you are following, you are using them to fight against your own people? Like because they are Muslims, they see the southerners as different from them, that they are not the same black people. But just two countries away, they are killing black people because they are not Arabs. And you don't see that. They are Muslims, so those black people are Muslims, but they are killing them because they are not Arabs. There was a report that was done on it yesterday. Like the report went about 20 minutes. You can't believe what you are seeing. And our people, like I said, most of our problems is mental now. And
Yeah.
if we know how to exercise it, you be, man, the change that we are going to see is going to be tremendous.
I also feel like it's as bad as it still is right now, because a lot of people are not asking questions. A lot of the things that are happening so like clearly in front of our faces or in front of our eyes, right under our noses, which you would think, oh, is how can you not see this? People are not seeing it because we have been conditioned to just not see some things. Like what I said earlier, that I just started wearing wigs because people were wearing wigs. I was not in the moment for the how many years, over 10 years, 20 years of my life that I was doing this, that in the moment, I didn't think there was anything off. Why? Because I was in a culture that had normalized this, not seeing that there's anything off. That's just what it is. Not until for whatever reason that question came to, I still don't know how that question came to my head. Not until that question came that I allowed myself to ponder on the question and start really thinking about the why. Because even when I was doing it, I don't know why I was doing it. And I don't know why I did not think it was off. I just was doing it because that's what I was supposed to do. That same behavior, I feel like it plays out in many other aspects. It religiously it plays out, hence why people just have certain beliefs and do think certain ways. They don't know why. They have been are cultured to think that way, so they are just thinking that way. They don't know why. Not until somebody asks them why. It will shock you if you go and ask a lot of Nigerians why. They might just be blank looking at you. They don't know. They are just going, like they say in religion, like sheeps to the slaughterhouse. They're just going. The why is not there. That point you raised about the Southerners, sorry, the Northerners that have issues with the Southerners because they are Muslims and they are not. That one is like a religious matter. If you go and ask them now, okay, if you are doing this thing because of religion, okay, what about the one that is happening in Sudan and the whys? They'll just be looking at you. They don't know. So it's another reason why that is, or one reason why that is because we are a lot of us get indoctrinated into many things when we are young, and we just grow up just doing these things. The asking questions were not encouraged, so people don't ask questions. People just grow up and just follow. We follow like robots. That all of us are just here acting like robots. So because we were not encouraged to ask questions. Questioning is not allowed. You just go with the program as you take see him, as you come see him, just follow the go like that. Don't ask any question. That's the reason why many of these things are happening the way they are. And when you finally find yourself in a situation where for whatever reason your brain just clicks that something is off, you would not even have anybody around you to go talk to and ask why. Because again, not only you in that moment, you are the only one in the moment that has figured out that there's something wrong. The next person haven't. So they can't even help you figure out or try to understand what's going on because they are still going with the program. It's just like you said, yes, I agree. I can agree with you that something that can happen in 10 years can happen in two, was it 2 days you said? I can agree that it can happen that quickly, but I
Yeah,
still feel
yeah. In
for that
politics,
to
they
happen.
say that 10 years can happen in 2 weeks in politics,
Yes.
and that is true sometimes societally too.
I still feel like for something like that to happen as effectively as we need it to happen, I feel it's only a revolution that can make this happen as soonly. Because if we want to wait for everybody to get to that point, it will take time. It's going to take a while. It's
Yeah.
going to take a very long while. I remember when I was reading about the Chinese revolution that they had, there was one aspect of it that I came by, I even watched a video on it, and it shocked me because in the revolution, it is said that they even started policing the kind of hairstyles that the Chinese were allowed to have. They were not allowed to carry their, even though they have like straight hair like white people, they were automatically during the revolution not allowed to style their hair the way white people used to style their hair. So imagine if during the revolution they had to make that kind of very specific decision and change. You are looking at a group of people, they're Asians, they have straight hair like white people, but they're like, we understand how just these people styling their hair like white people is making them still want to ascribe to whiteness in some kind of degree. They're like, no, don't style your hair like them. That is not allowed. So
Hmm.
imagine they can make that kind of drastic. It's not that drastic if you want to compare to the kind of decision we would have to make if we were to start a revolution now. But it shocked me. I was like, wait a minute, styling too was.
People are paranoid, you know. You know about the one in the Soviet Union when they, after the Second World War, some of the
Mm,
Soviet and Russian soldiers that were captured in the West, you know, in France and Germany, and captured. When they returned back, they didn't even let them come back. They were so paranoid. They took them and put them in camps to make sure they've not been brainwashed. People are paranoid out there. We are not even paranoid at all. Like they
yeah.
don't even trust you just because you were in prison, not because you traveled there voluntarily. You were in
Because
prison on the other side. They don't trust you.
Because these people know, they know just how much a what's the word, brainwash, how much damage a brainwashed mind can do. They are very much
Exactly.
aware how much a brainwashed mind, the damage it can do. It can do so much that in 500 years you go still be on top of the matter. They try to figure out how did we get here. And unfortunately, that's not a point that we have gotten to as a people because, for one, our people don't even think they are brainwashed. You can't even talk about the topic of brainwashing and indoctrination and how all these beliefs that we were fed when we were young is part of our problem today because people are going to get offended. How dare you say this is a problem? Oh, like how when you started this conversation now and you were talking about the problem of religion, our people don't want to have that conversation.
And not at
If you
all.
were to if you were to come online now and start talking about how that pastor now did that thing where he used a black person for the
Devil,
devil
yeah.
and a white person as an angel, I bet you if you were to make a video on that, you have Nigerians that will come at you and tell you that you are speaking ill against the man of God for saying that.
Exactly.
They don't see a problem. You see in that moment now when that pastor was making that statement, in that moment, see, brother to Ninja, he did not see a problem with what he said
Not
because
at
of the
all.
foundation of where he's coming from. That man is not asking, why do I think this is the devil is black and the angels are white? He's not asking, why do I think that's okay? Why? Okay, if at all that is true, why is that the case? Who gave me this information? Where did I get it from? Is something wrong here? Why do I feel like I'm like the devil? Why is the devil in
Mm.
my report? Like these questions, he's not asking why, because he's not supposed to be asking questions. He's just supposed to take this information as it was given to him, not ponder on it. Because in religion, hell, thinking is, it can even be considered a sin, because you cannot question the word of the Lord. That's why I'm never religious anymore, because I've taken my time to look into all these things. I just see and say I cannot be African and black and Christian. It can't work.
Yeah,
It
it's
just
tough.
can't work. For me, I've left. I've left. I'm on my own journey. I've packed my bags and I've left, because I've seen these things. I'm like, no, this thing is not pro African. It's not pro black. It's not pro me being authentically who I am. Then that one is for the surface level Christianity. Oh. Don't get me started on the Africans that are Mormons. I be Mormons. I don't even know how to pronounce that thing. LDS people. They are Africans that are Mormons, that believe that they are descendants according to the Mormon doctrine. They are descendants from the group of people in heaven that took sides with the devil. So
Wow.
they're in this life, trying to, should I say, atone for the decisions of their ancestors that took sides with the devil. And they believe that when they die and go to heaven, if they live righteously here on earth, they are going to become white in the afterlife. When you have people that have this ideology,
I beg. I love this son too much for that. Come on.
when you
Come
have
on.
people that have these ideologies, what exactly are you expecting? People can't give you what they don't have. People are being indoctrinated into self-hatred in Christianity. The majority don't see it.
I think we are
And
too
there are
passive.
many layers.
Many,
It's not from the very beginning. When I was baptized, I was born into Catholicism. I was baptized. I had to pick up an English name to get baptized. My baptism name is Mary. And that's
Mhm.
outside the English name that my mom gave me at birth. If you
Yeah.
want to talk about the layers of how Christianity makes African people want to go as far away from their Africanness as possible, we will not live here. It starts very, very early. Imagine an African child, like my name, Ivie, was not enough. I have to pick up an English name or a name from the Bible, which are majority English names. Before I can be a good Christian, I have to have an English name. Do you know what that is sending to the psyche of an African child? Ivie is not good enough. Oseme is not good enough. Rukewe is not good enough. Chukudi is not good enough. And
Mm.
Femi is not good enough. It's Thomas, Philip, James, Peter. That one is just for name. Oh, before you can be part of the body of Christ, you have to be as less African as possible. Then they've done that with the name. The next thing you're hearing is the devil is black. The next thing you're hearing, if you're Mormon, is that you were cursed. Basically, that's why you are black. You can't even wear your traditional outfits to church, because apparently God, I be Jesus, don't like your traditional outfit. It's not good enough. You have to come to church with a suit or some kind of sundress. I don't know, some European-ish. So if you want to break it down, you can't even go to a church with you can't have locks and go to church. Why Jesus can be on the altar with his long flowing hair, that's okay. Let a brother, an African brother, go to church with his afro. All of a sudden there is a problem. The usher is coming at you, asking you, you can't do this, you can't that. Dare him now go to church with locks. The end. But Jesus can be on the altar though with his long hair. That's fine. But when you come to church with your afro hair, with your God-given hair, it's a problem. It's a sin. But Jesus is on the altar with his European long flowing hair though. No problem. See, people, all
Our
I know is
people.
Christianity and African
Can,
not mix. We
can I
cannot be
just add?
telling yourself and be Christian. It can't
Mm,
mix. A lot of us are not ready for the convo though.
can I just add to it? You see, the thing, if you look at even the northern part of Nigeria, they believe that.
one that shocked me past
Mm.
is you are not considered married in Nigeria if you have not done white wedding.
Wow.
You
I
can
didn't
do
know
your
that.
traditional rites. You can do your traditional rites, but if you have not done that European church wedding, you are not married. People are
Wow.
not going to see you are not married until you wear that white gown and your husband wears that bloody suit and they go to church and do that Christian white wedding rite kini and you do all those things they do, which is basically European traditional wedding, but nobody wants to call it what it is. White wedding is European traditional wedding. That is their traditional wedding. Until you marry like the white man, you are not married. Because if I do today now, if I go and get married today now and I do my traditional wedding, I will have family members and friends that'll be asking me, okay, so when are you doing your white wedding? See, you you cannot do your traditional wedding and even sleep with your husband because you are not married yet. My friend got married 2 years ago and she did a traditional wedding on a Thursday or Friday, I forgot about a day or two before the white wedding. And um we were in the hotel getting where we lodged and we're going to prepare for the white wedding the next day, and she could not go spend the night with her husband because to her she's not married yet. Traditional wedding at this point in Nigeria is one of those things that people are just doing now because I think they're even just doing it for the aesthetics at this point. That's how bad it's gotten. They're doing it for the aesthetics, just so they can wear the Nigerian traditional, according to your culture outfit and snap picture. Do they see it as a wedding if we want to get to the bottom of things? No, they don't. It's the white wedding that is the wedding.
In the north, is it not worse? In the north, is worse. They, at least in the south, you still have their chieftaincy titles and all. In the north, everything has been wiped out and erased into Arabic titles and names, and the
Yeah,
language of the angels is Arab. And
yeah,
it just the indoctrination is so deep, and that one is so strong among our in Nigeria, especially. Most African Americans and diaspora are not that welded to these things as strongly as it is on the continent. I think in amongst our people there's so many things that they don't like compared to other groups that we don't know. Like I've spoken to like military officials. Like you ask them, do Nigeria have enemies? They'll be like, we don't have enemies. We don't have any trouble in our area. We are fine. That's like, how can you not know that anybody that is technologically and militarily stronger than you is a potential threat? Every single
uh-uh.
one of them. As a
Mm-mm.
military man, you should know that. And you are defending a whole continent, and you don't see. For the life of me, the mentality is so
Oh,
not where it's supposed to be, and
mm.
it's a
We
problem.
are,
And
we
this
are so far from the mark. So far away from the mark.
so far it's scary, and something I have to remind them that you guys are the security guys. You should be having a hawkish view, and you can't even see. If you cannot see, what chances has anybody else got? If you cannot see the threat, you look at black countries. This is almost universal. If you look at black countries and look at the non-black countries, the way they take their protection is very different. We,
Over
for
here,
some reason, I don't know why we
let's
don't feel like we need to protect ourselves. I don't know
see.
why.
That's because to Nigeria is maybe because you are not really you've not really been with us like that recently. So let me tell you, the reason why Nigerians specifically don't think we should be as vigilant as we should be or as vigilant as other nations are about their security is because we have committed our safety to Jesus.
Oh goodness. Then
Yes,
we are done now.
if you say anything in Nigeria now, they will tell you say na God hand na e dey. Is let Jesus take the wheel. The Muslims will say it's in the hands of Allah. Daily, I
Goodness.
be every time they'll be saving money year in year out. They want to go to Israel for the Christians. They want to go over there for pilgrim and go and meet the God of the Israelites, which is crazy when you think about it. Like, why are you going to meet the God of other groups of people? They are going to meet the God of the Israelites. But let's continue. You are going over there to Israel to go and pray for safety, security, provision in Nigeria. But when you get to Israel, they have the one of the top notch security system in the entire world. But you are going there to pray for their God to secure you. But they have the one of the best security
Yeah.
setup in the world. Why is their God not protecting them? Why are they getting security system? But we now we go carry our two left leg, kebu kebu, waka go there, go they pray for security. Like, see, um, I just don't know. But you can't say these things so because once you say them now, you have blasphemed, you have spoken against the Holy Spirit, this, that, and third. You can't say truth. That's how the religion is inside the blood, it's in the veins of Nigerian. They can't think outside Africans in general, but Nigerians specifically, right? They can't think outside the sphere of it. They just can't. And they don't see how it's causing problem, how it's limiting, how it's leaving us just open in the wind for anybody can just come in and do whatever. And day in, night out, however they used to say, they will say it's Jesus that will do this, is just but other people are using their hands though. Other people are getting dough, might be whatever the name of what the Israelis are using. That they're getting those things. But we were relying on prayer.
It's
But
crazy.
people are standing up. People are standing up, relying on staying stood up and vigilant. We are relying on being on our knees. Where have you seen that is being on your knees that is the right position for security? You are supposed to be on your two goddamn feet. But all of the entire nation is on their knee. The ones some are on their knee, putting their forehead on the ground for our brothers and sisters that are Islam. So by the time you're on your knee and your head is on the ground, how can you see what's coming? How can you see what's coming? How can you protect yourself? You're on your knees with your head on the ground. All you can see is the floor. And then we see that there is so much of this thing. I get very passionate about it because it really frustrates me. It frustrates me. But when you see anything now, you are going to hell. Like I give it them. I can't wait to burn there because I don't understand what this thing is not helping me. It did not help us 500 years ago. It's not helping us now. So I really,
I,
really, really don't get
where it scares me the most is when people that are supposed to be responsible for it cannot even see it. It's you are literally the doctor. You don't know how to diagnose even a common headache. You can't even the fundamentals. It's like that is a problem because what hope have we got if you cannot tell? And I'm not talking about ordinary people though. Higher ups, like equivalent to generals, they
mm.
don't see threats.
They
They
don't see a
and
problem.
they don't see the threat, and it's almost like our forefathers really have. It's like we've not changed. Our
They think
forefathers,
everybody is their friend. They think everybody is their friend.
how can we be colonized, enslaved? What else do you want? Our people are getting kidnapped every day. Women, children, students getting kidnapped in Nigeria. They can't. They refuse to respond. It's like I was having a word with a retired colonel, and he was like, if we need to do that, I told him, you need to be everywhere because when you are in the West, you call police, within 15 minutes, the police is there. How can you be this thing, 4 hours away from any location of an incident? How do you think you are going to be able to protect people? He said, because we don't have enough people. If we want to do that, we need about 1 to 2 million people. I said, yeah, that's exactly what you need. Other nations, that's what they have. If you have 1 point something million and you have about 150,000, and most of those 150,000 are busy protecting VIPs, and who is going to protect the people? Who is going to protect your women, your children, and you can't, it's like, how can you know what he said when he said you will need 1 to 2 million? I say, so you are able to do the maths, but yet when you want to solve the problem, you don't do that maths. Why didn't you just make that extrapolation and say that's exactly what we need? We need to take over the country. They don't think like that. They just think we don't have enemies, that we can just muddle along like this somehow.
The only enemies that Nigerians care about is the one that their pastors have convinced them exist in their household.
Unbelievable stuff.
Family, village people, your family, your sister wants to kill you. It's your grandmother or your mother-in-law that is after you. Those are the only enemies that Nigerians have power to fight. That hell, those are the only enemies that they even acknowledge. Foreign enemies, anything political, but they are not interested. They don't even believe those things exist because in their mind, they're friends with everybody. Everybody is friends with them, which is crazy to me because if you are so friendly with these people and you believe they are so friendly back to you, why don't you give your family members that you think are witches and wizards and are after your life the same grace? Why is your family member your enemy, but you believe that you believe your blood is your enemy and you should stay up at night praying and casting and binding, speaking in tongues, trying to get rid of them, but you don't think that a foreigner can possibly be an enemy of yours, especially given our history. See, this is why people will say, oh, religion is not a part of our problem. See, religion is our number one problem on this continent. You can get rid of it, many of our problems will be solved. We'll start to think logically because we're not even thinking logically as a people. Because religion doesn't encourage logic. There are a lot of things that you just have to believe, have faith and believe. That faith and just believing without doubting and asking any question trickles down to other aspects of our lives. So we don't ask questions, we just go zagu zagu zagu, not wondering what's happening. Call a crusade today in Nigeria. If you come, this will happen, that will happen, that will happen. Tell them all the things that Tinubu is going to leave office if you come to this crusade and pray to Jesus. Security is going to be present now in the country if you come to this crusade and pray to Jesus. What's it called? Fuel is going to be affordable if you come to this crusade and pray to Jesus. You are going to now have money in your account if you come to this crusade and pray to Jesus. That crusade will be full. Every single issue that is supposed to be politically solved, tell Nigerians to come and pray about it. They will come to pray about it. But if you tell those same, the crusade will be full. The entire nation will come out of their houses for that crusade. But tell that same Nigerians now to come out and maybe protest and actually do the physical thing that they need to do that will actually get the job done and get them those results that they would rather pray about. You will not find any one of them. No, Nigerians believe that our problem, our very physical problem, political problems that need to be solved physically, they need to go and pray for those things to be solved. They don't want to address anything. See, this mentality of it has to be handled in the spirit. I'm laughing not because it's funny, like I'm angry laughing. They handle things spiritually and nothing gets done physically. That's my people. I know them. I was born into this thing. I know how we were trained to think. I know how we were programmed to reason. I know all this, and I'm still here. I've been living here for the majority of my life. That's why I would never agree with anybody that religion is not one of our problems. It's not one. It's the number one problem. Nobody can convince me otherwise because I've seen it. And when I saw it, I could not unsee it. As a Catholic now, me, I was trained to be a proud Catholic. When I think about that thing till tomorrow, it used to make my blood boil, especially now that I know the history of the Catholic Church. Imagine when you train somebody to be proud of to be a proud member of the institution that basically sanctions the reason why we are living in this messy situation that we're living in right now. Like, do you know what that is? There's even a song for it. I can sing it right now if people want me to. Let me just read out the lyrics. The chorus is, I am a Catholic, I am proud to be a Catholic, I am a Catholic, hallelujah, praise the Lord. Being a Catholic is even supposed to come before my being an African.
Wow, I didn't know they had that kind of song. I'm a
There's
Catholic.
I'm a Catholic, I am proud to be a Catholic, I am a Catholic, hallelujah, praise the Lord. I thank the Lord even that I'm Catholic. No, I'm not Pentecostal. No, thank you, Jesus, I'm Catholic.
Wow,
There, there is,
that's
there is, there's so much to unpack. I mean, Catholicism is one thing. I keep telling people it's one thing to be a Christian, is another thing to be a Catholic. But these are things that needs to really. There's so much. So Nigeria, there is
Yeah,
space.
and we have a lot of work to do, and when I
Mm.
sit here in front of an African American, you see some of the things I have conversations about our people. There was this session we had where the topic was that is there something within our culture where we don't value life as much as others do, and whether we've carried on doing it till now, because we sold our own people. Let's not mince words about it. We sold our own people, and just as much as they came and took, and for what? The same people that could have invented all those things we are getting from those people, we gave them. The Europeans were with the Japanese, and the Japanese didn't make it a big deal to sell their people, or Indians and all the rest. So there is an element of us, the Tinubu name. We know what the Tinubu name represents, that don't understand necessarily the potential of every life we've got. Maybe that's why we are willing to buy into every other person's religion, buy into anything else anybody offers us. I'm not sure. From that point of view, there's a lot of soul searching that needs to happen within the community, including on the continent, because some of the stuff that has gone on, if we don't reflect closely about on it, you have other nations that don't have one single resources, and yet they are very successful because they tap into their people's potentials. But what we did was we took the most advanced creation that the universe has ever provided us, and we traded them for trinkets. And maybe that's why we are paying for some of all these things today. And it's almost religious sometimes when I look at these things, and it's some kind of natural sin that. So we have to reflect on some of the things we've done on the continent, and if we reflect honestly about it, then you will start finding that we start charting a better path forward. And like they say, you have to kind of go through these processes to know where you're going. And I think that life issue is a big one. We trade even to today. Our people are jackpotting everywhere. Our leaders don't care. They don't care. They just say Jackpa will train more. Tinubu, our current president, literally said that. He said, "Let our people go and travel overseas. If they need more, we will supply them more." Your president said that just this
Who's
year.
president?
The Nigerian president
No,
said that
but
just this year.
I thought he stole the presidency because
So
I
what does
didn't know
that
he was
tell you?
the
And when I see it, I start thinking deeply. I said, how is it that we are still like this? Like we don't value our people. We don't feel that we are losing part of ourselves when some of our best minds are leaving us. When you should
See,
be giving them reason to stay.
it's
I
this
but
mentality of pedestalizing things that are outside of who we are. We have to, this is what I believe though. We have to find a way to go back to who we are, not until we have gone back to who we are and find value in who we are, would all of this issue, they won't stop happening. Africans don't think here's what's being staged or lived in, or anything good can come out of Africa, because these are the same Africans that were taught, oh, English names are better, sound they're cuter than African names. Or when you have your hair not looking African, that's better. We have been conditioned to always look outside of ourselves. You can't value what is home if you were not taught to value what is home. Nobody teaches us to value what is here. Which day I was thinking about how when I was in secondary school, we were not even taught the resources that exist on this continent. How am I even supposed to be aware we have resources when I'm not even really taught about the resources, what they are, what they do, how many are they? I don't. We were not taught. We
that's
have to start
because I feel like
this
they
as
don't have a
ourselves.
big.
They
Sorry.
don't tell you there's anything valuable here. They don't tell us, they did not tell us there's anything valuable here. Of course, everybody wants to live. And of course, nobody cares that people are living, because the people that are supposed to even care that people are living don't even think that this place is worth a damn. So yes, Tinubu is going to say that, oh, even if they leave and they want more, we'll supply them more. Why? Because even in his small brain, he thinks there is better. Let them even go, self abeg. Let them go. How can you have someone who thinks the promised land, the holy land, is African, but his holy land is in Saudi Arabia? Let's start from there. This is why it will always come back to this indoctrination to me. I've already linked it in my brain. Christians believe their holy land is in Israel. Muslims believe their holy land is in Saudi Arabia. Why should they give a damn about Africa? It's nobody's holy land. And that's just for the land, for the physical here on earth. So then now you ask them, where do they really for the long run ascribe to go and retire in the afterlife? It's in heaven. So not in this world do they consider this place worth a damn. Not in the world to come, if there is going to be, do they think this place is worth a damn. You cannot care about people don't care about, like, and then if you want to talk about, oh, why don't we care about the life that's here? We've not been taught to care about the African black life. Why would you even care about the black life when you were taught the black life is the representation of the devil? It's little things like this that have been put into the black brain, and they have piled and piled and piled. It's now so much that this mentality, these ideologies, whatever you want to call them, religious beliefs, is being reflected on a daily basis on different aspects of our life. It all goes back to how we were groomed, how we were taught. What were they telling us? What were we reading? In catechism class, now I ponder on my catechism class now as an adult. And I think back to a lot of the things that I heard in catechism. If I should hold on to those beliefs today, the way I'll be navigating now as a 32-year-old will be very different. Very, very different. If I should go by what I was taught, this Evie would not exist. It's just the truth. This person would not exist. So it's those things.
There's something you said. I talked about how we don't value life, and you then spoke about the Mecca and Jerusalem, which
Mm.
is the land, and
That's
and
where
it
they were
dawned on
supposed.
me. It dawned on me that we probably betrayed our land first before we even betrayed ourselves. And we like to call it Mother Africa, but do we protect it? Do we cherish it
No,
as much as we
no.
should? And so you can
But
see.
I want to push back on that, because I feel like, even though I do agree on like a kind of on an overall level, I want to push back a little bit on the whole kind of, because you said earlier like that we sold ourselves for trinkets, which is true. There's true accounts of people selling others for mirrors and things of that nature. But this is the thing. In order for somebody to do that, there's a lot of other things that are happening. There's a lot of other dynamics that are happening at the time that are also going on. Like, there are some people that are selling for mirrors and things like that. There are also dynamics of kings that are also doing other types of trades for other types of things. And there are also other, like, there's a lot of different transactions that are going on during the slave trade. So it's like, let's not narrow the let's not simplify the narrative of what happened during that period of time, and create a create an easy narrative about what Africa is and what our people are, because I don't think that solves the solution of what we can how we can solve our problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it just makes us feel, it makes us like, it just paints the badness on us, and makes us feel like, okay, we've done a terrible disservice to ourselves without any retribution. That's the
Um,
problem that I feel like with just saying, "Oh, we sold ourselves," and I feel like that's playing into the hands of the people who are trying to say that we did something bad to ourselves,
But
yeah,
here's
or
the
and
we
thing.
did
Can I
because of our
jump?
own
another thing I want to add to
yeah,
that is,
Can I
I
jump
think I
in a
want to
little
say
bit?
that the saying that while yes, that did happen, it wasn't the majority of people that were doing it for one, and two, saying that okay that happened, and not talking about the fact that you know a certain kind of climate have to be created for that to happen because we did not go looking for the Europeans to start selling. They came here first and did who knows what they did and created that atmosphere or that situation to make selling ourselves for the people that did that a thing. So it's not like we went traveled to Europe and told them come we want to sell our people. They invaded, and this was it did not happen overnight. They did not just come today and tomorrow like oh welcome, oh how many do you want, we're actually selling. There were certain things that
The reason why I say that is because there is an element of it's like Africa, especially in this space of West Africa, it's almost like a Garden of Eden. In terms of we had a lot of resources, and if you compare it to how, let's say, the Asians responded versus how we responded, if you look at what Mansa Musa did when he had so much wealth that he could have conquered the whole entire continent, and no, what did he do? He used to go to Mecca. Like I
yes, but
said,
the
we
Asians
betrayed
had
ourselves
the
first.
the Asians had gunpowder. The Asians are the ones that invented the gunpowder and guns. So they
Yes.
actually had weapon. They actually had superior weaponry. So they could actually combat the Europeans when they came to their shores more effectively than the Africans who did try to fight back, but they had spears and other types of weaponry, which they did try to fight back when they realized what was going on and didn't succeed. So it was just a different battleground for the Africans than it was for the Asians. And then when it comes to Mansa Musa, he was one person. He was a very rich person at that, and he did go to his own Mecca and everything like that. But he was one person, and there was a lot of different people who definitely respected Africa and did well by Africa during that period of time. But like Yvier said earlier, I think that the Europeans, first the Portuguese in the Portuguese who came to the West Coast and everything like that, and other people as afterwards created an environment. After all, the Berlin Conference took place for 104 days. Can you imagine people coming
approximately
together
four
for
months they were planning for approximately 4 months how to conquer.
4 months and talking day in and day out? How are we going to conquer this giant swath of land? How are we going to
Mm.
break up psychological warfare, physical warfare, planning to subjugate this continent of people, like, and divide this place up and do this and do that and do all this kind of stuff? Can you imagine what type of plan somebody would make over the course of 4 months? So it wasn't something that, and the people in Africa didn't know that this plan was going on. So it's not like they had the opportunity to make their own chess move and fight back or plan their own plan of attack to go against them. These people were ready, and they were ready to keep fighting even after whatever combat, whatever they did on the defense
I hear
was
exactly
done.
what
They
you
were
are
going to keep
saying.
coming, keep coming.
I hear what you are saying. And the question you ask yourself is, why did the Asians have those weapons and we didn't? And remember, the Europeans are closer to us. They encountered us. As more of Africans went to Europe and ruled for 800 years. And then they came back. I agree with you. There are a lot of Africans that did a lot of great things, like Queen Amaryllis of Kush, that fought the Romans to a standstill while England was being enslaved. So we have Africans that have done great things. But what I'm saying is that we have to truly understand how things unfolded and allowed us to get to the place where we were. It didn't happen like to get us to this point for no reason. There's a reason why it happened. Something we should have been doing didn't happen. And before Berlin Conference, they were already in Africa for going to 300 years. So what was happening for that 300 years that Africans didn't respond to it? They didn't respond to it. They
They
didn't
were
do what they needed to
trading.
do.
They were trading. When they first encountered, it wasn't an invasion. It was business. And they were exchanging whatever they were exchanging. The Berlin Conference was where they planned the invasion. Invasion did not happen. So before the Berlin Conference, there was no reason for Africans to be like at attention and at alert, because these people came as friends and they did not give them any reason to be wary. So you would not go planning, at least back then. Now we know better. You would not go planning to fight a people if you don't have a reason to. Now we know in 2024 that you probably should be preparing for war just in case. Back then it was different. You only fight when you are fighting, I guess, or have reason to fight when you are fighting.
Yeah, but
So
you
I
see what I mean? You see what I mean? We limit our definition of threat to only certain narrative. And if you look at during that period,
that was back
South
then.
Africa,
Like the
South
what
Africa,
we see,
South
how
Africa
you
was
would
colonized 300 years before Nigeria was colonized. So they were already taking over areas. The reason why Nigeria wasn't taken was because they didn't have chloroquine. And if you look at it, when they got the chloroquine, within 60 years, they were all over Africa. That's the entire area. They were dying. The West Coast was called the white man's graveyard for a reason. So the moment they got the cure for chloroquine, they can now go into the hinterland, and they can now actually do their colonization. That's what led to the colonization. That's why we have to understand the how things actually unfolded, because they were not benign. They took over South Africa hundreds of years before they came to West Africa. They were taking over territories that they can occupy because South Africa had a more benign environment. They didn't have a lot of malaria. They didn't have any of those things. So they made themselves known already, and they were working with chiefs to fight against each other. They were even the fall of the Mali kingdom. He was the ruler of Mali, Mali Empire. He was begging the Portuguese to come and sell him ammunitions, guns. They didn't come with guns because they knew they wanted him to fall. They came and brought him gifts, and he said, "I asked for guns and weapons. You give us trinkets." So it tells that's where that trinket term came from. So it tells you that there are, and they knew about the guns. Let me explain this just briefly. So after Mali Kingdom fell, then the Songa Empire rose. That's about 100 years later. So they knew about the guns, they knew about the cannons, and they still sat there for 100 years without inventing anything, without doing anything. And then the Moroccans came and destroyed the Songa Empire too. So you can see that there's an element of threat assessment that we seem to kind of be slow to respond to. When we see a threat,
you
we
know
don't
what you are
respond to it
saying
quickly.
now. You know what you are saying now can literally be applied to every single continent, right? That these people colonized as well. And this
Yes,
is
it is true. It's true, but
so
but we felt
because
harder for it.
I feel like the way you are tabling it in a manner that makes it seem like these people saw threats and they just sat back and allowed the threat to just come and take them over. At the end of the day, we were not alive back then. So we don't even have like 100% knowledge about how exactly every single takeover happened. We can only work with the information we have and to an extent speculate or give guesses. Okay, seeing how this happened, I think maybe this is what happened. But at the end of the day, like painting this picture like Africans just sat back even after seeing the danger and they just like, I'm not doing anything, come and take me. I don't think there is any human being that will react like that. And if that's the logic that you want to go by, we cannot say that will be only African, because literally the entire continent got taken over. Even the
No,
Asians that had the gunpowder, they too got taken over with their gunpowder. So
the way it worked with the Asians was different. Like the Chinese now, they were on a level pegging with the West for a long time until the West started selling them opium, I think, to destroy their economy. The 100 years later, they fought them. They didn't even fully colonize them. They just humiliated them. They call it the century of humiliation. But the Indians were colonized, and they defeated the Indians in a very, very bloody battle that they fought with them. But ours is different too, just like the
did the Chinese
American
buy
Indians are
the
different.
opium? Did the Chinese buy the opium?
Yes, they bought it. Some corrupt Christians and corrupt officials in China bought the opium, and the Chinese were
So
treating them like
do you
normal
see
people.
how Do you see how even the Chinese now that you would in maybe say it's they somehow acted better than how we should have acted, still fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for swearing. Which
No,
at the
I'm
end
not.
of the day shows you that this is not an African, it's probably a human thing. I don't know.
No,
Whoever
I agree
did the
with you on
calling
that. I
out,
agree with you on that. I'm just saying that, like the Chinese, you describe how the Chinese told their people, you can't cut your hair in a certain way
that
because
was
they
after
became, yeah,
colonization ended
exactly,
and one person decided to do a revolution.
because they became conscious of what they needed to do. I'm
No, they
saying
did
that
not collectively become conscious. So a few became conscious and then they were able to, they got into power and then they made that
Lead the rest.
decision. Because they
what
even had to
Yeah.
they even had to unalive their own people that decided that they were not going to be pro the revolution, or they were not going to let go of their religion. They were not going to let go of the Western ways. They had to unalive their people. So it's
yes.
just a few people that had sense at the time that made that drastic decision, right? But the point I'm trying to raise is like I'm not exactly like I don't exactly like how you table this, and this is like the third time you've actually tabled. Like usually I'm just like, okay, let you just drop your points, but
Mm,
now that we are on it really talking, there's a way you
mm.
table this part of how you somehow paint this picture of African people were stupid and refused to do the necessary thing they needed to do to protect themselves. And I feel like that's an unfair conclusion to draw, because it's not even a natural human um instinct to just sit back and let things happen to you. And now that you share the story of the Chinese and how even them too had sellouts buying things that were bad for their people, but they bought these things, it just shows that there are going to be people that don't have sense in different communities, and
Well,
it's
I'm
not
not.
a
You are
matter
getting
of
it. You are misunderstanding some of my approach to this. I'm more of I go about it more intellectually than just trying to insult our people. I'm trying to draw a picture that of the environment we are in that led to where we got to. That's why I said Mansa Musa had all that wealth. What did he do? He squandered it because the
Mansa Musa
environment
had
we are
no
in.
reason. That's what I'm trying to say. Mansa Musa, from if I can guess, given the climate, I don't know, but I would think he probably did not have any reason to be preparing. See, the entire globe did not seem like they had a reason to prepare. See, to Nigeria, the entire globe was taken over by one group of people that had been planning for 4 months. If we want to say we were idle and doing nothing, the Indians were idle and doing nothing and not looking out for their security.
I think Indians were
I mean, like
probably
Native
taking.
Americans, rather. Sorry, not Indians. Native Americans. They had their entire continent taken over. So
Mm.
like, you can see that the exact same thing happened everywhere. I don't think in this moment we should be blaming the people that survived, were lucky enough to survive, hence why we are now today, for how they handle things, because they probably handled it the best that they could given the situation and what they had to work with. And
Yeah,
and saying that, oh, okay, when why did they not invent? How would we know they did not try inventing something similar to or more better than the gunpowder? Or how do you even start inventing, or a gun rather? How do you even start overnight? In 20 years, even, which is, in my humble opinion, might even still be overnight, given where they were from. Try to start to invent something that will beat this new technology that you are just finding out about. Like, I just feel like it's unfair to be saying,
I
okay,
think
why did they
as
not do
somebody
this?
that is
Why
If
did they
in
not
that
anything,
do that?
industry,
if
the
anything, we're
Chinese,
the
the
most
Japanese did
blessed
it.
because we're the one group that survived this horrible invasion by these weird groups, species of people that went around invading everybody else's country. Like we're the only people that actually survived this horrible invasion. So
Yeah, yeah. I
we're
have
like
to
the
give
most blessed.
that I recognize. The Indians were colonized a lot earlier. By the way, they were colonized even before we were colonized, and
Yeah. I
we
mean, there are some
survived
people
them.
that
And
survived, but like the Native Americans completely, almost completely wiped out. There's still some few remnants, but they're very few. And then look at Australia. Oh my God, like
yeah,
it's bad. It's bad. What Africa could have been and what it actually is. So
yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
agree
I
with
feel
you.
like, and I just want to say, regardless of what indigenous people were talking about, I would always feel, even though I'm African, yes, and I speak more about African people and our issues globally, I would always say that for people to say that, oh, these people were taken over, meaning they are weak, I just feel like it's regardless. I don't care if it's Native Americans or Africans or the Asians, whoever, the Aboriginals in Australia, to say that they got taken over the way they were because they were weak, or why were they not securing themselves? Why were they not advancing in whatever? Why were they not doing this, that, and it all? They did the best that they could. And even though it's just a million of them left in wherever, or even if it's 10,000 of them left right now, those ones are a testament of how much they fought to survive. And that's why we still have them around, because others don't exist. There are some tribes that are totally gone. So I don't know. I feel like we are in a privileged position in 2024 to be looking back on these situations and thinking, oh, maybe we would have acted. We don't know what we would have done. We don't even know. Probably, I probably would have been one of the people selling people. I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah.
kind of climate that they were living in at the time. I don't know what conditions they were forced to endure. I don't know what drastic decisions they were forced to make given the situation. So to now sit in 2024 with in this house where I have electricity and running water in the apartment and an internet, to start saying why they did not invent, or why they did not this. I'm like, I don't know.
See, you have to ask yourself, when your own people are choosing to sell human beings that could invent those things, that is not a good trade. You have to stop and think, because if you are trading, you want to be the greater beneficiary from most trade, if anything. So we didn't do a good trade, even if you are looking at it from the point of view of transaction.
I'm
And
not
that is
even going
where
to
you want to start
justify
from.
any of the trade. I don't care if they were even getting billions for that trade. They should never have done that. But what I'm saying is, again, they were in their house. I feel like that's a context that some people are not like really thinking about. Like, these people were in Africa, they were at home. These people came on ships to invade. When you are invading, you are changing the climate of things. They would not have been buyers, or yes, they would not have been sellers if there were no buyers.
Hmm.
So,
Yes.
like, not to justify the selling, they are wrong for that, would forever be wrong for that. But like, the context of they were home, if they never came around, would they have been this trade?
The industrial one, maybe not, but we're doing it even with the Arabs. We were doing it within our amongst ourselves. So it's an aspect of, like I said, it's like we're living in Garden of Eden. You said something that I find pertinent. You said we were not in the mindset that we expected this type of things to happen.
The whole
That
globe
that
was not in the mindset.
yes,
So there
that
was
like
no.
there's some truth there. But I think now what we should learn from that is, anybody that shows up that is technologically more advanced than you and militarily more advanced than you have to consider them a threat. And I would have thought historically people should have understood that. Anybody you don't know, stranger danger, you should know that's part of the gig. So we could have used borrow some of that knowledge. But I understand. You see, when you, in the bigger scheme of things, you can understand why it happened, because we didn't have that level of conflict like they had in Europe and the Middle East and
Yeah.
central parts of the world. We are not that intense. So they have had a lot of practice and fighting and fighting and fighting. So when they got to us, it was a bit easier for them to this bamboozle us and overwhelm this. Not just they didn't overwhelm it; it didn't happen overnight. Like I said, it took 300 years or more before they were even able to take West Africa. And they didn't take it for very long. India, they ruled India for more than 200 years or so or more.
And you
Nigeria was
see,
just 60 years.
during that period, they were fighting. Africans were fighting. That's why it took them that long. So
Mosquito
there
was
is,
killing them though. Mosquito was doing a lot of the killing.
but
And
there is war. There is war. I've forgotten the name of this place. It's in the south here. Those people fought for 30 years straight. What's the name of
yeah,
this place?
yeah.
They fought for 30 years straight, back to back to back to back fighting. The
Which
taking over
people?
did not happen. You are going to get exhausted. You don't even have the kind of weapons that these people have. So
Yeah.
it's a lot.
No, I
Africans
agree
cannot
with
even
you. I don't
identify.
want to paint it like our people are completely useless or we're not very smart. But in the context of things, you can understand why it happened that way.
In the
And we have
country,
to
see,
learn from that.
you are forgetting to Niger. Yes, we have to learn from that. But in the moment now, you are forgetting that you are at a point now looking from the knowledge that you have back.
Yes.
In retrospect, you are in retrospect now. What you know now, they did not know at all. It was unfolding as they were living. So how can you have this foresight now? You have this you have a more grounded knowledge than they ever had because they were living with the experience. It was happening as they were living. So they don't know. Now
Yeah.
we can, because we have all of this knowledge now, we can think, okay, if we were maybe back then, we would have acted better. But if we were back then where they were, we would have been the exact same location that they were, which
Mm.
was them not even knowing as much.
Yeah.
Because again, it was unfolding right in front of their eyes. They don't know. So
It's true. But
I strongly feel like if which is not something I wish would ever happen to us, but okay, let me not say that. Let me say if the roles were reversed and we end up being those people back then, we probably would have done the same, if not even worse. We don't know what we would have done.
I
We don't
agree.
know what decisions we would have made.
I'm
So it's
speaking from
just,
hindsight. That is
yes,
the
that's
whole
the
point.
word. You are speaking from hindsight. Those people were living through that age. They were living through every single day, year, years of it. They were
With a culture,
experiencing.
but we have to take responsibility that we were living in those things with all the hindsight, like you said. I agree with it, but it still led to this situation that we are in. And from where we are right now, that's why I'm making the analysis. And what I found is that part of the issue was that we didn't value life as much as we should at that time, and we were
How would
trading
we know?
human beings. No,
That's a statement. Like
I
how
know that now because I see the result now.
okay, are you talking about right now we don't value life, or back then we're not even valuing
I
life? Which
said
one?
back then we didn't value life enough because we're trading human beings when we shouldn't have. We didn't know
First of
that we
all,
didn't value it enough.
first of all, it wasn't everybody that was trading. So when you
Of
say
course
we
not.
were, right? So
Some
are you
of
saying
us,
everybody back then did not value
the ones
life?
that partook in it, not enough, not as much as we should. We should have tapped into, because I actually read, the Benin Kingdom, they start manufacturing weapons. They started
Mhm.
manufacturing guns. The reason why they didn't have enough guns because they didn't have a broad enough craftsmanship to do that. Because guess what? You were busy giving away some of the craftsmanship that could be doing those things. You see what I mean? So there were consequences that came from not keeping your people and using them to manufacture those things, like the Japanese did.
And again, not everybody was giving out, some were stolen. So
I agree with you. I'm not trying to malign our people. I'm not here to malign. I'm here to explain lessons we have to learn from the past. Because if you understand where we made our critical mistakes, we're not going to make it again. We'll make it a stamp never to do that again and march forward and make a move to a positive this future. And that's the only reason why I'm saying it. I'm not saying it to denigrate our people.
yeah, I understand you.
Evie,
Mm,
I just want to interject something. The thing
okay.
is, when the European came, they came to trade. But when you're not honest and your intentions are malignant like cancer that intend to spread, but you're not aware that this is what happened. They came, they see how we trade. If we say this, it is this, and we keep our words. When they came and they said that, oh, these people are trusting. Oh, they keep their words. They honor their words. Okay, if they say, I will give you this for your wine or your mirror or whatever they brought, we keep our words. But their intention was never to do the same. They look and they see, oh, how can I conquer and divide? Remember, they use conquer and division. They said, where do they not get along? Where's the problematic area? And I said, oh, I see. This is the area. So wherever there is internal conflict, that's where they come and they use their manipulation and their lies. And you said, you know what? Let me take him off your hand. He's a problem to you. You're going to be like, okay, this, my brother is giving me trouble. Take him. It was never the intention to sell him into what is known as the chattel slavery. But they say, oh yeah, he sell him to me. No, you teach your brother that, oh, he's a problem. And the enemy comes and said, I will help you. I will help you. Let me take him off your hand. And that is where we got into trouble. We look outside instead of looking inside. No, 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 no. Me and my brother, we have issue. We will sort it out. Thank you. No, they let the helper. He's so generous. Look at him. He wants to help me. No, he didn't. He saw an opportunity to conquer and divide, and he used it because that's who he is. He's deceptive, he's sneaky, and he's a liar. And then he turned around and said, oh, me, I was just trying to help out. And he said you could take him. Even if I was selling my brothers and sisters, where's your moral? Where is your honor to say, oh, it is wrong? None of this is, none of this. None of
Mm.
this. There was no morals. There was no honor in this game. So when they see you and your brothers are bickering and fighting, they're like, you know what? Let me help you. Let me take your brothers to trouble. Your sisters your trouble. Let me take them off your hands. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's
divide and
how
rule.
they got caught. And that's how they got caught up. And the more they start giving stuff in return, is when they start to take the elites and princesses, and they're like, wait a minute, this is not the deal we signed up for. And they're like, oh, too late. We already started this business, and it's making us very rich, and we're not stopping.
I can explain why we survived to an extent. Actually, the first malaria was a big problem for them. They didn't conquer it till just before the colonization in the late 18th century. That's one of our saving grace, actually, when you think about it now, because they took South Africa a lot earlier because they didn't have all those things there. Then when they started ruling Africa and they started becoming more powerful, then amongst themselves, like the Germans that didn't have a lot of colonies wanted to start defeating the ones that had colonies. The Second World War, the Germans took this in France already, and they were looking to take the Britain. So, and these people were supposed to be the rulers of the world and governing all the colonies. So they didn't have enough time to do the kind of stuff that they did this in America. In a way, in the bigger period of time, which is around 300 to 400 years when they were in Africa, malaria shielded the continent. Malaria, it's not only malaria, yellow fever, all kinds of diseases was killing them left and right. And that's why they didn't even stay in Nigeria. They left in the end. They completely packed up everything and left the country. So maybe that stuff, that malaria resistance that we have in our blood, may have helped us to endure that, something that the red Indians didn't have, or that's the Indians didn't have. And so from that point of view, that could explain why we are still standing. However, we have to learn the lessons from history, because when I watch some of our leaders today, some of our people today, it concerns me a lot that
Yes,
we've not learned.
I agree. I agree. And that is one of the reasons also so many of us from the diaspora lack confidence in the motherland, because everybody else have somewhere to go. The Chinese man is looking at Asia. I said it's mine. That's my Mecca. That's my holy land. So where is my holy land? You understand?
Yeah,
And if we can't, and if African leaders are saying, come home, you're welcome. We want to come home where it's safe, where it's
yeah,
guaranteed that we're not going to end up in the same situation again.
Exactly. Exactly. And Africa is the ultimate holy land, really.
Exactly.
It's truly the ultimate holy land. And
Exactly. Because it's it's where our DNA, our bloodline reside.
yeah, exactly. And Africa is one of the few countries white people came and they didn't bring the disease that killed most locals. The locals killed them with their own diseases. But while when they went
Exactly.
to, when they went when they went to America, they brought diseases that kill Americans. So it's one of the few places. And Africans are resilient people. Let's face it. You can't take us out, but we have to learn. And because these people now, what I see in a world where people are looking to go to Mars and live there, and taking Africa is not going to be a big deal. Or if we just keep thinking that the world owes us a living, technologically they are moving away from us. They are getting more and more advanced. Thankfully, a lot of us are in those diaspora too. But we can't take things for granted in life. That's what I see. You can't take things for granted. And our leaders, as it is till this year, have not learned one lesson from history. They simply haven't learned. They don't value their people. They don't treat their people the way they are supposed to treat. I always say it. Every single hair on the head of every black person should be treated as a treasure right now. And because that's what it is. If you don't value their life, then why would life value you? And we have to make it a priority, because if you value every strand of hair in every black person's head, you are going to do everything to protect it, everything you can to protect it. And that's where you start from. And I just hope that some of our people start valuing themselves a bit more, because I believe that we deserve to be here. And the world will surely have lost something if we are not. And that's how I look at it. Our people are beautiful. Our people deserve. And when I go to Nigeria and I see some of our people basically living like animals, it just makes me lament. Why should we have to live like this? Why? Why should we have to live like this? We can't even move like other people. Other people can just up and get a ticket and travel to any country. No, black people cannot do that, because we are limited by constraints and visas and all this stuff. Everything seems to be working against us in a world that we think we are. Most of us think we are free, but we are not. And we just have to do everything we can to change the tide, because there will be consequences to this. You can't keep living like this and thinking that there are not going to be consequences when you see the gap is still there. That gap is still there. You have to create a class of people that behave like the way the Chinese, the Soviets, whoever. They saw the danger that was coming to their societies, and they turned it around no matter what it took. They said, well, no, we are not going to go down into the night for these people. We are going to fight and we are going to survive them. And they did. And that's what we will have to do someday. I just hope that when it comes time for us to be able to do that, when that time comes, we are given the opportunity to actually emerge. You know, not everybody does. Not everybody does. The Indians didn't emerge. Look at Australia and New Zealand; they didn't emerge. So I just hope that we get a chance. So I will leave it at that anyway,
Thank you very much. Can I be heard, please? Can you guys hear me?
loud and clear.
Okay. I have my lights are gone. The batteries are are dead. So I am now off camera, but I want to thank everybody for this conversation that we had. It was very interesting. I didn't plan for this live to be this long, but this was
Yeah,
fun.
it went long, and it was conversational. I like the way it was
Yeah.
conversational.
Over
Yes, yes.
4 hours. My goodness.
Yeah, like this was a live that I started. I was like, okay, this was I planned max 2 hours, but here we are. But it was fun though. I appreciated each and every one of you for coming up and joining in this conversation. I appreciate everyone in the chat. Um, but in conclusion, is there anything else anyone wants to add?
We should
So I
value every strand of hair on our head. Value it like it's a treasure of gold. Once we start valuing ourselves, the rest will start falling in place. Thank you.
I agree.
thank you.
Thank you. We need to do the work. We have to
Hmm.
do the work. Understand that only us can save us. Only us can save us. Nobody's coming. So get ready. We have to come together. As you said, we have to respect every strand of hair on our head because nobody else is going to. Nobody else. So that's what I have to say about the situation.
And I think that's it. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you. Thank
friends.
you, Evie.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone in the chat. We've come to the end of
Thank
the
you to
live.
the brother and thank you. I
Yes.
learned so
Thank
much.
you to
Thanks.
Naja. Thank you, everyone. I will be meeting you guys next time in my next video or my next live. I don't know which one will be coming first, but yeah, I I'm saying good night. It's past 12, almost 12:30 a.m.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Okay, good night. Thank you so
Good
much.
night, everybody. Good night. Good night.
Bye.
Bye. See you in the chat. See you guys next time. Bye bye.
Bye.